There we go. So welcome everyone. Welcome to members, the public, and in fact anybody watching online. Just a couple of little housekeeping things that Gary's going to go through primarily for this new comm system that we've got.
I won't press it. There we go. Sorry, everyone. There you go. Learner. Yeah, don't watch the stream on your own laptops because we'll get feedback in the room, please. The Mayor would like you to indicate speaking by raising your hand as normal. We will in time be able to do it using the kit, but we've only just had it in today, so getting used to it. When you are called to speak, if you press the right button on your unit, and then try and remember to deactivate it after you finish speaking, please. Thanks very much.
Okay, so let's hope we all get it right. We're not expecting the fire alarm to go off, but it does. Please leave everything behind and follow the exit signs onto Peace Hill at the side of the building, and exit via the Peace Hill door and assembly in St Mary's Passage. For those who don't know, your public toilets are located opposite the Ziegfeld room, which is just down the corridor here. Water is available from the water machines outside the committee rooms. My next move was to ask my chaplain, Karen, to say a few words, but she's not arrived yet, and if it's anything like me, it took 3/4 of an hour to get here. She could be sitting in traffic, so I'm sorry about that. But if she turns up late, we'll get her to say a few words during the course of the meeting. But until that time, what I would like to say at the very start of this meeting, it would have been under Karen's heading, that I think I'd like us to all spend a minute, stand for 1 minute if you please, in memory of MP Sir David Amis, who was tragically murdered only a short time ago. So members, could I ask you just to rise for that minute? Thank you. I'm aware there are a few apologies for absences. The ones I have are Councillors Ashton, Bird, McQueen and Councillor O'Reilly. Are there any other apologies? Thank you very much. Agenda item 1, approval of minutes. Can I approve the minutes of the council meeting held on the 22nd of July, which can be found on pages 19 to 70 of your agenda? Everybody agree? Nobody disagree? Lovely. Just a couple of announcements. Members will be aware that the Remembrance Sunday civic service will take place on Sunday the 14th of November, and anyone wishing to attend at Great St Mary's Church at 10:55 is asked to let Penny MacDonald know, please. The Deputy Mayor will be leading the civic service procession to the church. I shall be laying a wreath on behalf of the city at the War Memorial, and anyone wishing to join me there is very welcome to do so if you'd like to arrive at 10:30 a.m. prompt, please. No need to book that one. The Chevin service, advance notice that the preaching of the Chevin service will take place on Sunday, the 30th of January 2022 Invitations will be sent out nearer the time, and that will be at St Andrew's Church, Cherry Hinton, and Karen would also have spoken about that, but perhaps she will later. The Mayor's reception also, Friday the 19th of November. If you haven't let Penny know that you intend to be there, would you kindly just let her know as soon as you can? Thank you. I would now like to ask Councillor Herbert to make a statement to Council in respect of his recent announcement of an intention to resign as leader of the Council. May I just say that members will be able to make all their contributions and say nice things about Councillor Herbert at the extraordinary council meeting, which will be held on the 30th of November at 5 p.m. to appoint his successor. Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for encouraging people to say nice things in November. It has been the greatest privilege of my 40 years in different forms of public service to be leader of this wonderful city, and I'm really proud of what we've done since 2014 in tackling inequality, in the work on homelessness, the success of the pods for off sleepers, and this month seeing the first tenants move into Mill Road, which used to be a council depot and is now a major housing site, which is also going to generate income for the council at a time when our budgets are in a very difficult position, not helped by government. So I pay tribute to all of the councillors that I've served with, which has been over 17 years. I particularly pay tribute to our staff, because through COVID, helping people who need them most, tackling all of the issues, keeping people safe, a job that isn't over, because I do expect us to be supporting measures, Mayor, in this county to effectively do a local plan B, because things are getting worse. So I do thank our staff, and I thank Robert, our new Chief Executive, Fiona and Jane, and previously Antoinette, Rob Hammond and others, but we wouldn't be where we are without hundreds of staff, but also the contributions of councillors. So I look forward to the election on the 30th of November. That's a matter for the council, but the Labour Party has chosen an excellent successor in Anna Smith, and the basics of what we do for the city won't change. I call it a city of considerable magic, and that is what it is. But we have many challenges, not least tackling the climate emergency and working with our residents who do such an amazing job of supporting charities that do all of the work that we help deliver. We are badged, as the Chief Executive's article in this week's Municipal Journal says, the most unequal city, not because we've got gross poverty in the numbers of some cities, but we have a job to do to continue that work, which has been Labour's priority amongst many since 2014. So I thank all of the councillors that I've served with so far. I'm not going away. And I expect to continue to do work on the combined authority and working with the opportunity of teamwork with the County Council and many others. We achieve what we do in this city by a spirit of partnership and working with other people. And I look forward to continuing that and to contributing along with all of you who do such a good job and have worked so hard despite the difficulties of COVID. And I look forward to future council meetings in addition to a busy one tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. As my chaplain has turned up, I've just got a couple of other things to say, and then I'll just give Karen a couple of minutes to get herself organised. But for your information, we have had the minute silence.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, okay, thank you. We weren't sure when you were going to be able to make it. I know what the traffic was like. But I will say that we have a considerable amount of business this evening, so I would ask all members to be concise with their contributions. I'm sure you will be. And show respect to other fellow members, and I'm also sure that will happen. and in all those debates right the way across the agenda. During this meeting, I myself or Gary will ring the bell when the person speaking has half a minute left, and then again once that time has elapsed. So just before we move to public question time, if they've kind of had enough time, so you've only had a moment to seat yourself down, haven't you? I will hand over to my chaplain.
Well, thank you, Russ, for allowing me a few moments to speak to you. I'm really sorry. That's it. I was stuck on a bus in Cambridge traffic for a very long time. I just wanted to sort of say to you all that as a member of the public, I recognize it's been a really, really difficult year and a half for people in public service. And particularly difficult week for all of you who are elected officials. And I hope and I pray that from time to time, at least, you receive some thanks and praise from your constituents. But I guess that might often be outweighed by a sense of vulnerability to the abuse and the frustration, the prejudice, sometimes even hatred that comes your way, particularly on social media. And I guess this is a week when maybe you felt this vulnerability most acutely. The murder of Sir David Amos is so deeply sad for his family and his friends, his colleagues, his constituents. It's also a blow to every person that's brave enough to stand for election, and every person brave enough to serve the public in an undefended way. It's a vulnerability I also feel. And I just want to encourage you to keep taking the risk of being present to your communities. Because I think the risks are really worth it. And the alternative is just too bleak to contemplate. The length of our life is less important than the good that we do with the time that we have, and the things we stand for as long as we stand. So I was going to lead you into a moment of silence. I gather you've already paid your respects in that way. But I just encourage you to stand shoulder to shoulder with each other and to keep on serving your communities in the best way that you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. I'm sorry you had such a long journey here. I know what that traffic was like, so thank you very much for that. In that case, then, that takes us to agenda item 3. So we now turn to public question time, which will run for 30 minutes maximum. Under the scheme allowing members of the public to speak at council meetings, each speaker must address their comments to the chair of the relevant committee or the relevant member of the executive. Each question or statement must be limited to 3 minutes, with a further 2 minutes for a supplementary question or comment on something that has been said. If you have a supplementary, you will receive a written response to that. You won't receive a verbal response today. Members of the public and their questions are set out in the information pack on pages 9 to 16. And my notes tell me that the first question goes to Bob Illingsworth. Please, if you'd like to ask your question.
Mr. Mayor, City Councillors, noisy motorbikes and cars are speeding up and down streets in Cambridge late at night, stopping people from getting to sleep or waking them, and more importantly, their children from their sleep. Nobody wants that, and yet for many residents around the city, that is their nightly experience. This behaviour makes our communities less peaceful and less pleasant. The roads, indeed, are almost free of traffic at that time of night, but that doesn't make it any more safer to drive at high speed. Only recently, a bus shelter on Green End Road was completely demolished by a late night speeder and another speeding car crashed into a house on Highworth Avenue, just off Milton Road. But it's not just the north of the city that's affected. People from all over Cambridge have reported the same problems on Nextdoor, which is a social media platform that focuses on local issues. From Trumpington in the south to Ditton Lane and Coldham's Lane in the east, reports have been coming in. One respondent writes, "You should hear them on Huntingdon Road. We can hardly keep our windows open. The motorbike noise is relentless." Another one says, "Noisy motorbikes use the cut-through between Lime Avenue and Hobson Avenue in Trumpington, which is for buses and pedal cycles only. Lime Avenue is a real issue, as you can hear them as they ride all the way down to Long Road. Even as far out as Histon and Impington, the same story is emerging of noisy cars and noisy motorbikes, treating the roads as their private racetracks. The city centre doesn't escape either, with reports coming in from Maid's Causeway and East Road. In Orchard Park, a parked car was written off when one of these racers crashed into it. I'd be very surprised if anyone in this chamber hasn't been exposed to this cacophony late at night. It's clear to me that this behaviour is intentional, and these vehicles must have been modified solely for the purposes of making a loud noise. I don't claim to have answers to this issue. There must be many different solutions we could investigate, but we must look at short and long-term suggestions, perhaps to punitive and preventive measures for the benefit of all of our communities and everyone in them. More than anything else, though, I want to be able to get back home tonight and to my neighbours in East Chesterton and tell them that someone is listening and something is being done. Will the City Council please listen to residents and act as a coordinator to bring together those authorities like the police, like the Highways Authority, which are best able to deal with these issues of noisy and dangerous driving? Will councillors in this chamber tonight please support Councillor Houck's motion? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well timed. That was bang on the button. Thank you. Councillor Collis, are you responding to this one? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Illingworth. We're obviously going to debate a lot of this in response to Councillor Houck's motions. I'm not proposing to go over that ground here. What I will speak about is some of the measures that have been undertaken in East Chesterton. This information comes from Councillor McQueen and Councillor Bird, who unfortunately can't be with us tonight. But they've asked me to list a few things that they have been doing locally. So they've been working long-term with residents on the reduction of antisocial driving in the ward, particularly in the Fen Road area. They've set up a residents' forum and handed it over to residents at their request. So they've tried to facilitate those discussions. They've had cameras put up at various points in the ward, so Water Lane Boatyard, one further down Fen Road, one on Green End Road by the Methodist Church, and also the chip shop opposite the Haymakers. They do recognise that this is not the only solution and not the perfect solution. Cameras on their own aren't going to work. They're either removed sometimes or destroyed in one case. They are looking at the potential of putting one on the high street near Tesco. I understand that there have been a couple of high-profile incidents in that area recently. What they would urge, and what they've been doing themselves, is consistently reporting incidents to police, and they would encourage other residents to do so, so that the police can have as much information as possible to act. I know the police are due to update on this at the next North Area Committee. They also wanted me to let you know that they've submitted an LHI, Local Highways Improvement bid for chicanes on Water Lane and Fen Road as well. As I said, some of your points say about the partnership working, I'm going to address in relation to Councillor Houck's motion, but just to reassure you that that work is already happening, and police do have antisocial driving and road safety as a priority currently. Thank you.
Elizabeth, did you have a supplementary question? Thank you very much. In that case, then, that takes us to Mr. Carpin.
Go for it. Right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and councillors, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Lewis Herbert, who's been one of my local ward councillors for many, many years now, and I thank him for his patience more than anything else and having to put up with me. And also to the council officers who have installed this wonderful sound system, because I asked a PQ several years ago to get one. You've done it. Brilliant. Thank you. This PQ is basically about the local plan and the huge number of documents that the councils, Cambridge City Council and South Cambridge District Council, have published. And again, I commend officers for the huge amount of work that's done. The additions I would love to see on all of the documents that you've published include many of the archived documents that the council has deposited in the Cambridgeshire collection and the county archives, because there are many things in there that I believe would be really useful to residents scrutinising the emerging local plan, in particular proposals that have been submitted in previous years. I pulled this document out, Cambridge Futures 2 from 2003, which hasn't been digitised, and that's just an example of what I think would be useful for residents to see as not just the new emerging local plan, but also the local transport and connectivity plan that the County Mayor Nick Johnson is going to be publishing in the near future. So I wondered if the council could either make the commitment to digitise them themselves or to allow someone like me or any other member of the public to do it for them. Thank you.
Carpin, Anthony, thank you for this excellent question and for your tireless work to support all of us here through your research, reporting and analysis. We really appreciate it. You raise a really important point about access to the sort of historical information that we all need to be able to review if we're to make informed decisions today. We increasingly expect everything to be available online, and too often, if it's not easily available online, then we stop looking and settle for what there is there, missing out on important documents, reports and insights. I would certainly support a move to digitise the historical records, as it would help the research work of the planning department and my work as exec and also as a member of the planning committee. There are, as you probably already know, 3 issues that we need to resolve: money, rights and hosting. Scanning to archive quality is not the same as taking a photograph of a document on your phone, and I know you have serious kit for these purposes. Getting the materials, cataloguing them, scanning them and then storing in a suitable way takes time and costs money, and at the moment we have no funds. Then there are the rights. As with the BBC Archive, the rights in the materials, the council's archives and the county libraries are not necessarily free of copyright limitations. They will have been commissioned and written under a range of circumstances and contracts by people in differing relationships to the council, and we can't just assume that they are rights-free and therefore can be published online. Of course, both the council and the library, as public bodies, can digitise any material in their collection for preservation purposes, but that doesn't give us the ability to make them available online. We'd have to explore what is possible, whether, for example, digitised versions could be made available on public terminals in the library or in the Guildhall, even if not on the public internet. Finally, we'd need somewhere long-term to store the materials. It's interesting that you suggested the internet archive as a suitable place for the material. I'd support that, not least because I know they just how valuable it is, and they just had their 25th anniversary. But I'd also want to find somewhere more under our direct control, either through the city or the county. Certainly we need a long-term home for this material and a backup location too. I'd like to invite you to come and talk further to us about this. And I've also asked a contact of mine who has a lot of experience working in the BBC, the British Library and the British Film Institute, if they will take part in those initial conversations. As for the concert hall, I'm certainly happy to talk to any university in Cambridge about how they might contribute to the cultural life of the city. Thank you.
Did you have a supplementary, Mr. Garvey? Please, go ahead.
I do. Just in relation to the concert hall, one of the documents I found in the Cambridgeshire collection was the study by Gordon Logie, the former principal architect and chief town planner of this very council, which was published in the mid-1960s, and he makes a case for a new concert hall to be built with a minimum capacity of 2,500 people, significantly greater than the Cambridge Corn Exchange. Furthermore, in that similar group of documents, I found a press cutting of an announcement by Sir Ivor Jennings QC, who was the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cambridge in 1962, and he made a very public commitment to fund 50% of that concert hall. So I strongly encourage councillors everywhere to say to Cambridge University, we would be delighted to take them up on Sir Ivor's offer, even though it's over 50 or almost 50 years since he made that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think, as I said, Mr. Carpenter, you'll receive a response in response for that. Thank you, just in the interest of time today. And likewise, I'm now going to ask 3 public speakers to put their question, after which Executive Councillor will then respond, as they're very similar questions. So I would ask Mr. Mahoney Goodman, and then Peach Rose, followed by Janny Brightman, if they will put their questions, please, in that order, and then the Executive Council will respond. Thank you.
The over-reliance of the City Council on the results of the delayed Gitana is misplaced, particularly in regard to transit sites. The evidence of need is before you in plain sight. Last year, during the pandemic, South Cambridgeshire had 10 unauthorised encampments, while Cambridge City had 5. Despite that, Cambridge City was the only council in the country to evict travellers during the first lockdown, and this punitive response has continued. There is a checkered history of Gitanas, with the 2006 Gitana being the most successful in reaching out to the traveller communities across Cambridge and its surroundings. This was largely because of the County Council's provision of traveller education and the existence of the traveller health team. Both these services have been decimated. Cambridge City has little engagement between councillors and travellers in their constituencies or travelling through and camping on council land. The 2011 Gitana was a desktop exercise which failed in its duty to consult the gypsy and traveller communities, resulting in the ludicrous assessment of the need for only one pitch between 2011 and 2031 in Cambridge City. Judging by the number of successful appeals, this Gitana was worse than useless. The 2016 Gitana, produced by ORS, took place during the changes to the definition of travellers for planning purposes. This resulted in a methodology by ORS wildly underestimating who should be included, and with only a few interviews actually conducted, in large part because many families refused to speak to them. Despite this, their figures went into the local plan as the basis for the housing policy for travellers. There is little reason to expect the 2020 Gitana by RRR to have much greater success in reaching communities who have little to no trust in officials approaching them for personal information. This is due to the punitive fashion in which their needs have been dealt with and the systemic racism that characterises the experience of living in and around Cambridge. With the imminent threat of passage of the PCSC bill, which will criminalise trespass and eliminate the nomadic way of life, the solution is obvious. We need transit sites and negotiated stopping places in Cambridge now. Will the draft findings of RRR's Gitana be available for public view, and when? And where will the council conduct a meaningful period of public consultation?
Thank you very much. Peter Rose, please.
At the full council meeting on 22nd of July, the council resolved to express strong concerns, stand in solidarity, write to the Home Secretary, continue to work and identify opportunities in its resolution on the PCSC bill. No actions were listed to immediately support Gypsy and Traveller communities in the face of Section 4 of the bill. In answer to public questions, with regard to process, the Executive Councillor stated that, in quotes, encampment is also considered in respect of the welfare needs of those present. We assess the reason for the visit, the intended length of stay, homelessness status, medical need, and access to services such as education and social care, close quote. With regard to the question of eviction, the Executive Councillor said, open quotes, in the last 2 years, we have dealt with 16 unauthorised encampments involving 6 family groups. This did not include the most recent encampment at Arbury Town Park. All of these have resulted in evictions after having followed due process and after a court decision, close quotes. At the Environment and Communities Scrutiny Committee on 7th of October, the Council reaffirmed its commitment to promote equality and tackle discrimination in its Single Equality Scheme 2021 to 24. Despite these commitments, there have been at least 3 evictions since these documents were approved by the Council. The Arbury Town Park unauthorised encampment is a case in point. The families were served with a Section 77 order by Environment Protection Officer nailed to a tree and addressed to the occupants. 1.5 days later, the occupants and persons unknown were issued with a summons to appear at Huntingdon Magistrates Court. It is difficult to know at what point in these proceedings a welfare assessment was carried out. If the council had done so, it would be odd if they hadn't then referred to the families by name. Note also that many travellers of this generation are functionally illiterate, and written documents attached to trees is not an effective form of communication. In this instance, reading the order and summons aloud and answering any questions would have shown greater respect and understanding for this community's oral culture. In any event, it is more than likely that the families would have refused to respond precisely because of their mistrust of officials attending these encampments, asking questions, as well as the systemic racism this community has experienced over the years in and around Cambridge. Punitive responses and universally applied evictions are incompatible with a welfare-based approach. The Council will never improve its relationship with this community or tackle the discrimination they experience without offering real solutions. In this case, the urgent provision of transit sites and authorised stopping places. Will the Council now move urgently to the provision of transit sites in the face of the imminent passage of the PCSC bill?
Well timed again, thank you. And Jenny Brightman, please. Thank you.
Under its public sector equality duty, the last Environmental and Community Scrutiny Committee on 7th October 2021 approved an equality impact assessment regarding enhancements to the boundary of Trumpington Meadows. Under Item 11 Action Plan, it was stated, we have also contacted a traveller representative who had expressed concerns about previous projects at this site, which was subsequently withdrawn. Under Item 13 Sign-off, there are no traveller representatives listed among people consulted on the new plan. To Janie Brightman's certain knowledge, neither her nor her colleague Beverly Carpenter, who were the traveller representatives who raised objections to this scheme, were contacted. Their names were known by Trumpington councillors, including Katie Thornborough and Peter Lord, as they attended the meeting of the September 29, 2020 Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee on Microsoft Teams, as indicated in email communications with Democratic Services. Councillor Law put forward the S106 funding application on behalf of a resident, which was clearly aimed at the prevention of unauthorised encampments by building ditches, bunds and fencing around the perimeter, thinly disguised behind provisions of new habitats for wildflowers, flowering shrubs, insects and invertebrates. The posting on Facebook of a recording of the meeting no longer exists. The action plan, point 11, states that impacts will be identified throughout the planning and implementation stages and to stand in solidarity with traveller and gypsy communities and continue to build trust and good relations with them, and resolves to find solutions where it is found that there is a lack of legal sites to help mitigate potential impacts of this project. The Council have fallen at the first hurdle by incorrectly inferring that they have consulted with any members of the communities impacted or with the traveller representatives who were easily contactable. This seriously undermines the equality impact assessment. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, the solution to this issue is the urgent and immediate provision of transit sites and negotiated stopping places. What action will the Council now take to publicly correct the misrepresentations of the EQOA approved on the 7th of October 2021 and published on the 8th of October 2021 on the Council website? And what plans do they have in place to remedy the failure to consult with the traveller community and or its representatives, one of the groups impacted by the current enhancement project on Trumpington Meadows?
Thank you very much. Would the Executive Council like to respond?
I would, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just first check how long I have for an answer? Because obviously I have 3 long, detailed questions there, and I've prepared separate answers for each of them.
You've got 9 minutes left on this item.
Okay, well, I will get through as much of the answer as I can. I'm unlikely to get through the whole answer, and I'm sure we can supply that as a written answer if I don't get through it.
Yeah, I think that'll be
Yeah.
fine. And what we'll do, of course, at the end of that, the time will be up, and I'm not going to take any time explaining it now, but that will mean, of course, that will be the end of public question times once that 30 minutes has expired. So you've got 9 minutes.
Okay, lovely, thank you. All right then. So first, I want to reiterate our commitments, ones that I'm sure all 3 of our questioners are well aware of, and were demonstrated in the motion unanimously passed at July Full Council, following on from Councillor Healy's extremely powerful speech on the bill, on the PCSC bill. I'm not going to go over those now because those are a matter of written record and we're short of time. I will say that those commitments are unchanged. Tana, I've said repeatedly, and I'm going to say it again, we are not going to prejudice its findings by second-guessing what it will tell us. We do expect those findings in January 2022. Any decision around providing transit site accommodation must, like any other form of housing need, be based on clear evidence. If Tana provides us with suggests that the major need is for transit sites and negotiated stopping points, then that is what we will work towards. Any decision must be based on evidence. We have a duty to the whole community to allocate resources on the basis of identified need. This is public money. That's our duty as councillors. The new JITANA, currently underway, includes survey questions for GRT communities across the study area around potential need and preferred location for transit stopping place provision. Stakeholders will be used to identify any potential need and to inform the Council's approach going forward. This will include informing the Greater Cambridge Local Plan and whether transit pitches or further negotiated stopping arrangements should be explored. The local plan will be subject to public consultation. The first proposals, which start consultation on the 1st of November, seeks views on a range of issues, including those related to planning for GRT sites, and we would encourage all communities to take part. We want the JITANA to represent needs as accurately as possible, and of course, we would like to encourage the GRT community to take part in this process. I'm more than happy to have further constructive discussions on how we do that. One of the reasons for selecting RRR, consultancy by the way, to carry out the work was precisely that they have a good track record of engaging with GRT communities. I'm going to turn to Peach's question next. Discussions that you and I know you weren't at the last meeting, but my reply to your previous question, the first thing we do as a council, once we've been notified of an unauthorised encampment, is to carry out a welfare assessment. And our process is led by that welfare. If families have welfare issues that mean they need to remain in the area, the council will ask for some form of evidence. So if someone says they're there because they need to be near a hospital, then the officer will ask for evidence of need. And then based on any evidence provided, officers will negotiate with the group around how long they can stay or whether it might be more appropriate for them to move to another, more suitable location. It is only once the welfare assessment has been carried out and any needs met that we will move forward to enforcement as needed. We do recognise that there may be some mistrust and a reluctance by some within the GRT community to provide personal information to the council. Officers will always, wherever possible, try to avoid carrying out any eviction where evidence is provided that the family needs to remain. And the council may have no choice but to start proceedings. If eviction is necessary, papers are handed directly to a representative of the group with a verbal explanation of what the papers involve, not simply nailed to a tree, as you've claimed. Displaying the notice on the site meets a legal requirement that we have to inform other interested parties, such as other residents living in the area. And I have to say I'm surprised, given your expressed concern over anti-traveller racism, to hear you suggest that they should be publicly named on any document. In the unusual event of not being able to serve notice in person, the papers would be left in a visible vehicle windscreen wiper. But as I said, this is very rare. It is dealt with on its merits, and I can think of at least one example recently where the welfare assessment led to allowing a family being able to stay for a period, and where we did agree that eviction would be inappropriate. We continue to stand in solidarity with GRT communities. Every councillor in this chamber, like you, we're concerned at the implications of the PCSC bill. We take anti-traveller racism incredibly seriously, and we challenge it where we see it. I myself have done that several times recently in relation to the group currently on Arbury Town Park, which is in my ward of King's Hedges. It should also be noted that some families on unauthorised encampments may not need transit or emergency stopping place provision, but may be in need of permanent site or bricks and mortar accommodation. So the group at Arbury Town Park have actually told us very clearly that they're looking for a permanent location. This does not, to me, indicate a need for a transit site. Turn to Janny's question now about the EQIA, because I want us to address that. The works which Janny refers to are actually scheduled to take place at Trumpington Recreation Ground on Anstey Way, so not, in fact, Trumpington Meadows. The EQIA to which she refers was compiled in relation, quite rightly, as you said, to an S106 project that we considered at committee on the 7th of October, and that related to informal open space biodiversity-related improvements for the recreation ground. And the EQIA explores the likely impacts of these proposed improvements. And contained within the EQIA is where I think the confusion arises, and we can certainly correct this to say we will also contact. Now that the project's been allocated funding, it's going to be subject to a full public consultation, which is what we would routinely do with any project of this nature. So there will be a range of opportunities to feedback and discuss the proposals during that process, and I would encourage all interested parties to make their voice heard during this consultation period. That obviously includes the traveller community, either directly or through any of their representatives. And I'm going to echo what I said earlier. I welcome a conversation with you about how we do that. Part of our job as a council is to listen to the whole community. I certainly am not going to presume to know what the results of that consultation will be, and I look forward to exploring them in due course. You actually referred, Jenny, to the planning and implementation stages of the project. This consultation is part of those stages, and on the basis that those stages have not yet begun, I think it's probably a little premature, more than a little premature, to suggest that we've fallen at the first hurdle, as you put it. I'm going to conclude, Mr. Mayor, by putting a challenge to our three questioners on traveller issues this evening. Meet with me. Meet with the Open Spaces team. the housing team, the communities team. We're 100% ready for a positive, constructive conversation on these issues. The question is, that I put to you, is are you ready for that conversation? So let's talk and see what we can do together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You were just inside time. Thank you. Well done. I apologise to those people who will not have time to ask a supplementary question, and in fact, especially to the county councillor who is actually here in person to ask their question. However, what I will say is we do have the text of those questions, and they will be furnished with a written response, so they will be responded to. So thank you very much for that. That takes us to agenda item 4, recommendations for the executive for adoption. So we now turn to item 4A, contained on page 71, recommendations of the Executive Council for Housing concerning the housing revenue account, medium-term financial strategy. Councillor Todd Jones, do you wish to introduce this item? Up there above us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am the disembodied voice from above for this item. But the light's a bit strange up here as well, so do bear with me regarding my notes on this item. We're all really aware of the significant challenges facing this council and the housing revenue account. Over 10 years of coalition and Tory government austerity, the consequences as a result on our funding. The climate and biodiversity emergencies, driving a need to build new council homes and retrofit existing stock to the highest energy efficiency standards possible. The coronavirus pandemic has had an impact on our housing management, and Brexit has resulted in a shortage of labour and materials. Despite this, our Labour Council has completed or started on site our 500 council homes programme, part funded by 70 million devolution grant funding and delivered a year early. And we've already started our 1,000 council home programme for this decade. Both programmes will significantly address the needs of around 2,000 households on our housing needs register. These homes will be gas-free, energy efficient, and they will range from local plan plus, passive house to net zero carbon wherever possible. Our first passive house flats, I'm very pleased to say, planned for Aylesbury Close and Fordwich Close in Arbury. And net zero carbon pilot schemes are proposed St Thomas's Road in Coleridge and Paget Road in Trumpington. Retrofitting our existing council stock is a huge challenge, and we can't do this alone. We have a £5 million pilot the next financial year to retrofit 50 homes across 7 different housing types to net zero carbon. The costs and the capacity in terms of skills, materials and resources will give us an idea and provide evidence to lobby government about the reality of the retrofit challenge. A little bit of context here. In the government at the moment, in the current Parliament, is committed to a national retrofit programme of £3 billion. Now, for the City Council, if we were to retrofit plus, that will be 700 million, including borrowing, or Enefit Passive House or net zero carbon, around 900 million, including borrowing. That's to 2030. That's about 30% of the current national commitment from the government. So that just gives you an idea of the scale of the challenge. In Cambridge, we can't retrofit our properties to the scale we require without significant help from government. The HRA will go bankrupt. However, we are planning both for the government to surely must step up and provide significant funding and resources for retrofitting. But in terms of what we are planning to do, we already built into the housing revenue account a number of posts, including a permanent energy assessor, and also additional posts, including surveyor posts, focusing on energy improvement to our stock. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to an impact on our internal maintenance programme and delay to external maintenance and planned maintenance, as well as decent homes work, percentage of our decent homes, stock at decent home standard is at 96%, the highest it's been for a considerable time. This is a great testament to the team who deliver the programme. The delivery of our programme and all the work we're putting in terms of maintaining our existing stock is delivered from efficiencies, sensible use of reserves, not by cutting resources, services, or the programmes themselves. We're also committed to fair rents, and we're committed to supporting all tenants affected by benefit and universal credit changes, particularly they fall into arrears, and of course we're still committed that no tenant who is struggling with their rent will be evicted as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. I want to finish up just by thanking members of the Housing Scrutiny Committee, including our tenant and leaseholder representatives, and officers for their support and advice and help since I've been Executive Council for Housing. And can also pay tribute to my predecessors, former councillors Richard Johnson and Kevin Price, whose determination and dedication to maintaining council housing and providing more council housing for the city, I really want to pay tribute to. So thank you very much for listening, and can I commend this statement to the House? I'm in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor. Is there any debate? Speak later, Jane.
Good that scrutiny and criticism are an intrinsic part of the budget preparation process. When we challenge these figures, it's not criticism, it's an integral part of testing budget process. I'm pleased to say that whenever we've asked for further information, that information has been given quickly and readily. And I commend the work of the officers in supplying us with copious written and numerical information. I just want to talk a couple of things which I think may be relevant to motions later on. The first is universal credit, and it's now almost 3 years today that our residents went into universal credit. I know there's a very big range of expertise on universal credit in the chamber, and I apologise for anybody who feels that their elderly relatives are being taught how to consume eggs. But one of the problems with universal credit is that it has a rolling impact. Payments are grandfathered into the scheme, which means that they get the higher of what they would have got under the old system and universal credit. And that goes on until they have a change of circumstances. So what tends to happen is that the impact builds and builds because there are an awful lot of change of circumstances. The breakup of a marriage, so that a couple claimant becomes two single claimants, a move of house. You know, the list really does go on and on. So, judging from the experience of cities that entered universal credit earlier than Cambridge, because we're one of the last cities, we still haven't seen the full impact of that change. I just want to add a note of caution about the predictions for rent arrears on that basis. I do note that Cambridge's rent arrears continue to be unusually low. I appreciate that we have a slightly more buoyant economy, which helps with that. But I'd also like to mention the positive step of appointing an additional housing officer and use of arrears management software are both very welcome, particularly because a lot of local agencies that provide financial advice and benefits advice have been unable to function during COVID. In my ward, all the financial services have been closed. and are only now beginning to reopen. And the last thing is that, considering we've got motions on retrofit, I'd like to mention that page 36 has a table setting out the eye-watering retrofit costs for council's housing stock. And I just want to say that it's clear that no reasonable person could expect the council to finance a retrofit bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dale, do you wish to speak now? Thank you.
Also, to echo colleagues, thank you to the officers, both for the preparation of this detailed report and for the essential work delivered over the past 18 months in supporting our council tenants throughout the pandemic. This is an important document as it sets out the assumptions for the next HRA budget. We appreciate that many of the underlying assumptions will now be subject to change due to increasing concerns over living costs and the knock-on impacts for the crucial inflation and interest rate assumptions. I would ask the Executive Councillor if he can comment on any potential impacts on the strategic priorities and new projects that may be outlined in this document, given recent developments. To move on to the detailed projects that are included here, there are many items that are most welcome. I think already mentioned by the Executive Councillor is the move to make the Energy Assessor a permanent role, and also 3 additional members joining that team, which I very much recognise as a great expansion of crucial work to help make Cambridge a sustainable city. Likewise, the additional £5 million investment in a net zero retrofit pilot is very welcome. We wholeheartedly support evidence-based policy, and this does provide an excellent opportunity for Cambridge to take a leadership role on these issues. I would note, though, that regretfully, as explained under Section 7 of the report, the Council has so far failed to secure the Homes England funding required to build 1,000 new council homes. I actually commend the continued ambition in this regard, with plans continuing to be built on the assumption that that future funding will be secured. However, it seems odd, therefore, that such ambition isn't applied in regard to the environmental standards of the house building programme. Although we do see some very encouraging moves now towards passive house standards, the usual qualifications remain and have already been mentioned in this debate. It's where building to passive house is feasible, where considered possible, where it is viable. The Council appears to be completely committed on housing numbers without the funding secured. Therefore, why can it not commit to finding a way to build these homes to the environmental standards that are needed now? There is similar inconsistency in aspiration regarding the retrofit of existing homes, as outlined under Section 6 of the document. Although we welcome a commitment to raise EPC standards to all of our houses to at least C, there is notably a deadline on delivery of that work missing. The need for a comprehensive retrofit is clearly urgent, as we will be debating in more detail later, so I won't go into that too much now. But I appreciate why executive councillors are hesitant to make commitments without a detailed plan. However, we have recognised a climate emergency in this chamber, and in an emergency it is useful to set stretch targets. I think it is quite right that we let voters decide whether we are doing things quickly enough, and if we fail to deliver them, then we should be stood in this chamber and explain why. If there are good, fair reasons why it wasn't done, then at least we can explain that, not reasons why we can't do it going forward. Furthermore, with the seeming prioritisation of the new homes over existing stock, there is a risk that we end up with a 2-tier social housing system, building in another layer of inequality into our city. The potential impacts of this have been laid particularly bare recently with the energy crisis. It's a tough time, we know that, but as a council, we obviously also need to strain every financial sinew to deliver the best outcomes for our tenants and for the global environment. I hope the BSR, when we discuss that in January, will reflect that accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michael Jones, you have right to reply. Should you wish to take that up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm not going to take up everyone's time, particularly I know there's a big agenda to get through tonight. But I don't, just to reply to Councillor Bennett, I don't think there was a particular question, and I think you're referring to a lot of the debate that might come later in the motions, particularly on the Greater Homes upgrade. Councillor Dalyell, yes, I do take your point that there are constraints sometimes on sites and all sorts of other reasons in terms of what we can deliver, in terms of the highest energy efficient properties that we aim for, but we should be doing our best to explore every opportunity to make sure they are to the highest energy efficient levels as we can. And similarly with the retrofitting, we're going to explore every opportunity, and we will take every opportunity to lobby government to get the funding and investment that's required to really deliver on what is a huge challenge, as quite rightly been pointed out. But I won't say any more, as I'm aware it's going to be a long evening, but thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. In that case, I'll now go to the vote. Can I see all those in favour of the recommendations, please?
I'll make that 24. I'll make that 24.
Okay, thank you. Those against? And abstentions, please. Thank you very much for that. We now turn to agenda item 4B on page 173. Recommendations of Executive Councillor for Finance and Resources for the Treasury Management Half-Yearly Update Report. Councillor David.
Simply to recommend the report to Council.
Thank you very much. Any debate? Councillor Bennett.
Okay. I wanted to say that I was very happy with the report as an accountant, but less happy as a Green to see so many of our counterparties, the institutions that we invest with, on the list of major financiers of fossil fuel, and particularly Barclays Bank and Santander. I note that we're looking to increase the amounts that we are permitted to lodge with building societies, who mostly have a much better record in terms of financing fossil fuel. So I hope to see some improvement there when we next look at the report. But I would particularly like to ask if we can, using some of the third-party referees available, prepare a very simple report, maybe a traffic light one, showing funds on deposit as part of our Treasury management with innocent parties not funding fossil fuel, those which are somewhere in the middle and those which are bad. I appreciate that we have particular constraints on us to satisfy Section 151 and general considerations of prudence and diversification. But I think it would be good to actually look and see where we are on this and hopefully move, even if we can only move a small amount, to a more ethical Treasury management policy. Thank you.
Councillor Davey, you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I think it would be only fair to say I accept the challenge. I think it's right that we should go away and look at the counterparties, and I will work with Caroline Reber to do as you suggest and to come back with a report to you and to Council as to why we have gone with these parties, and if we can't change, why not. I think you're right to hold me to account for that, and I'll take the steps accordingly. Other than that, though, I do accept your first point as well about where the report is, so I still commend the report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, I'll now go to the vote. May I see all those in favour, please?
So I make that 23.
And all those against?
0.
And abstentions, please. Thank you very much, everyone. That takes us to agenda item 4C. On page 193, recommendations of Executive Council of Finance and Resources for the General Fund Medium-Term Financial Strategy. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll give a brief introduction on this and then obviously open up for debate. This MTFS is really about how we face a significant savings requirement, but from our position, how we can maintain our principles. It's about how we can deliver the savings whilst tackling climate change and fighting poverty. The pandemic has had a profound impact, clearly, and frames everything that we must do. It's had a profound impact socially, and this, I think, more than anything, has demonstrated the importance of local government and the skills of local government and the abilities of local government. And perhaps this is the ideal place to say thank you to all our staff and all our councillors for all the work done in 15 months. It would be our view that the pandemic hasn't gone away, and the current figures would indicate we require the utmost caution. So it would require further activity from our staff to maintain and work with our communities. But the pandemic has also had a dramatic effect on us economically. We estimate, as you'll see from the paper, that it's cost the council in loss of earnings and cash somewhere in the region of £18 million. And despite the promises from Robert Jenrick at the beginning of the pandemic, it looks to us that we're somewhere in the region of £7 million short. This, therefore, has an impact upon us as a council going forward. And this position, the government uncertainty over fair funding and business rates reviews does not make predicting the future very easy or indeed very optimistic. Add that the ongoing cost rate of the pandemic, Brexit, and the obvious other crises that might fall out of that, the most obvious recent one being fuel, and we're in a difficult place. And we believe, as you'll see from the paperwork, that we're likely to therefore have to find a predicted £7.5 million annually within. We believe that to address this, you have two essential options. You can react to the shortfalls on an annual basis, but that tends to lead to salami slicing of services, and you lose cohesiveness of what the council should look like, which therefore means you have a raggedy bag of services that don't hook together and don't work effectively with our partners. Our view, our group's view, the best way to tackle that challenge head on. And we propose, therefore, that you do that by looking at the services as a whole. And our view is that the best way of doing that is by the transformation programme that we're calling our. There are three elements to this. Clearly, we start with our communities, our residents. What do our residents want from a city council? Secondly, we look at what our customers want. But thirdly, and probably most importantly of this, we have to look at what our staff believe they should be delivering on our behalf for the city of Cambridge. We think it's only by this transformation programme that we believe we can maintain our priorities to tackle climate change, at the same time do so in a sustainable manner. So, conclude by saying that these are very difficult times for the council. I can't pretend otherwise. But it's only by following this MTFS that I believe we're able to actually tackle those challenges effectively and efficiently and move forward prudently and competently, whilst at the same time meeting our priorities. I'll come back to those priorities. They will drive us. That is.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate? Councillor Bick.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to make a few comments on the MTFS. As we say, this is primarily a planning document which sets the context for next year's budget making, and it also commissions projects with longer term implications for the way the council operates. In general, it hasn't been a document which itself includes decisions to be made now, but this year there are a few of those, and I'd like to first comment on those. One that we particularly welcome is the steps towards expanding the council's capability to invest in housing to let at sub-market rents outside the housing revenue account. This can produce an investment return to the council, but also speaks to intrinsic social need in the city, much better actually than that B&Q retail park in Haverhill, which I think we still own. This is something we have been repeatedly pressing the council to do. The fact that it does anything at all was in response to our arguments a few years ago, yet the council at this point has still only just dipped its toe in the water, and our further attempts to grow this more have until now been rebuffed. So we're very pleased at long last to see this being embraced by the small amount of extra spending at this stage to investigate doing so. Another decision now, but one that we have reservations about, is the expansion of the council's public relations department. We're not convinced at the argument that was put at Strategy and Resources Committee that other councils spend more, so we should. And we say that without any lack of awareness on our part of the hard-working team who undertake this work for the council now, we think quite effectively enough. We were promised a more detailed justification, which curiously only arrived with me several hours after our chance to amend this plan had passed. The explanation in that, though, wasn't much more convincing and raises with me concerns for the plurality and diversity of voices in this city, as for sure, the extra resource will be projecting only one point of view. This is one of the reasons that we won't be supporting the plan in the vote shortly. On the capital side, amongst the other items, we support the necessary inclusion of the cost of acquiring a new depot site, though we were concerned that a foreseeable and known essential cost item like this was not already provided within the capital programme and only arrived at a late item at the 11th hour at Strategy and Resources to get into this document. If it had needed fine-tuning as an amount closer to an actual purchase, that's okay, but to be absent completely doesn't inspire a huge amount of confidence. Now, on the broader future planning and directional role of the MTFS, I have some further questions to the Executive Councillor, which I'd be grateful if he could respond to in a moment. First of all, does he accept that the assumptions for various forms of inflation in our costs as an organisation that are in this document are going to need very careful attention before the budget gets voted on next February? It's not the fault of what is a very diligently prepared document, which you should incidentally thank the staff for preparing. It's not the fault of the preparation of this document that we're living in a very fast-moving time economically. And probably since this was drafted, we have seen the emergence of considerable inflationary pressure in the economy, primarily concerning direct energy costs, but also knock-on effects of labour shortages. We do need to see a budget when we get to it, which is based on a realistic, up-to-date assessment of this situation. And the numbers in here at the moment look a little modest compared with what we may need to provide for. Secondly, we note the savings requirements that have been extrapolated in the plan. And the question to the Executive Councillor is, are we correct in understanding that these don't specifically arrive from the COVID pandemic, which often gets blamed for an awful lot of things? We did have spending savings targets prior to the pandemic, and they were also significant. Pending a clearer view of long-term changes in public demands for our services, the impact of COVID may still be mainly short-term and fundable, as they have been so far, from our reserves, and albeit inadequate government grants to support that. Are we correct that with or without COVID, we would still be looking at significant savings owing to the inadequacy of local government funding arrangements that we've got to operate within and the uncertainty about their future? Thirdly, we support the need for a transformation programme to tackle the savings challenges. Makes sense, it's a good step to take. But we noticed that there is nothing mentioned in relation to this about the future state of the council, which has not been said in similar documents in many previous years. So the question that is left still without an answer is, what sort of council are we trying to transform into that is different from what it is today, apart from one which costs less? Can the Executive Council help us by pinpointing where this is going, or is it purely a financial process, and what is actually new here hasn't been actually said before? Next, in a long-range plan like this, there are some big litmus test issues that it's surprising not to see referred to in this document. One is assumptions about the council's car parks, which have historically generated a major component of our income. The council is participating in formulating transport strategy through the Greater Cambridge Partnership, which is aimed to significantly reduce vehicle trips into and within the urban area and encouraging people to move around by public transport or walking or cycling. That strategy will fail if the City Council is still managing to fill up its car parks like it did in the past. So what work is the council doing to repurpose more of the car parks to other positive uses, and what are the assumptions about those matching the financial returns received in the past? Do we have a black hole ahead of us, or is there a plan? And the other point, the other kind of significant litmus test issue that surprised not to see addressed here is assumptions about this Guildhall. Members like me will have noted in correspondence from officers about this meeting that they're now describing this as a non-working building. And I've been told that staff have been told to clear everything out of here. So is this just about COVID, or is there a deeper plan being pursued? Members on both sides have historically supported the presence of a major civic building on the city's marketplace. So what is going on here? What is the plan? It's a major asset of the council, and I think something needs to be said. So, Mr. Mayor, questions to the Executive Council about inflation, about the role of COVID in the determination of the savings targets. What sort of council are we trying to transform into that we weren't already working on over the past few years? And what steps are being taken to take more car parking places out of service and replace the income stream by something else, more sustainable? And what is going on with the Guildhall? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. Very well timed. A minute and a half inside the time. Councillor David, right to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The simple answer to, I think, a general theme, Councillor Bick, is that it's not just about COVID, as I think I said at the start, and as I think is in the report. This is about ongoing savings requirements that result from years of austerity, exacerbated by COVID, exacerbated by uncertainty as to central government's funding, and exacerbated by Brexit. So it's not just about COVID, and I'm not seeking to make any excuses. Worse, and made it more difficult for us to manage and created greater uncertainty. I note the points about the investments in housing, and I'm grateful that you approved those, although I must point out they hadn't got anything to do with your position. They were because we wanted to do them now. Your first main criticism about public relations, as I said in the S&R, it's not because other councils spend more to do it. It's quite simply because we think it's a good thing to do. And if the pandemic's told us anything, it's that we have to communicate effectively with, to, and from our communities. And at the moment, our communication staff is very small and is at its full capacity. They do a very good job, but it's very reactive, and we're keen to see how we can be more proactive in our communications. Particularly, at a time of creating and dealing with significant financial challenges. We can't do two, we can't communicate, we can't do it properly. Going on to the capital side, I note your comments about the depot. It's interesting that you get get told off for being transparent, when in fact the aim was to bring and make it clear that we should have that awareness about the depot, quite simply because if we hadn't done it, it had gone through a special decision, which would have been inappropriate in our view. So the reason we took it at that late stage is quite simply because we wanted to create an ability for discussion and, if I'm honest, scrutiny. Going through the savings requirements or the specific questions you ask. Number one, do we accept inflation costs will need review? Simple answer is yes. And you're right to point out, in my view, that the officers have done a wonderful job putting it together, but things changed almost immediately it was completed. And so therefore we have an ongoing right and responsibility to review the interest, as with other costs that may emerge in due course. In terms of the savings requirements, as again, I can only repeat after your second question, only repeat how I started my response, namely, it's not just about COVID. These are well known in advance. The bit I think I would disagree with, though, this is part of a new transformation programme. It's not old reviews we suddenly caught out, or reviews we were going to have to make anyway. We want to make sure that as a result of the challenge we're facing, we need to address these in an appropriate way. And by doing it through this transformation programme, our Cambridge, we can look properly at the future state of the council. Now that leads me on to what I think is your criticism, i.e. what's our position on the transformation programme? Linked to that, what's our presumption on the Guildhall? Well, in my view, you do a transformation programme to advise you what the decisions are. You don't make the decisions first and then implement them, because then what would be the point of spending £3.1 million on a transformation programme if you knew what the answer was before you actually start the programme? So what I'm saying is, from our perspective, you start from our priorities, tackling climate change, tackling poverty, and you build the council's response around that, having listened to, and that's the important bit, why we want a better comms team, having listened to our communities, our residents, our staff. So we're not going to say this is what the solution should be, because that, in my view, would be the wrong way round. You start with listening to people, learning what they want, and then we come up with the answers to the big problems that you quite rightly challenged about, i.e. this building, but also about how the council, the future of the council should be. We start by talking to our community. In terms of car parks, again, I think that's an appropriate challenge. We need to review properly what's going on in our car parks. Clearly, there is a challenge to us which links into other broader issues around climate change, about congestion within the City Council and within inequality. Having said all that, I hope I've answered your questions effectively. From my perspective, though, I go back to, and without wishing to sound like a crack record, this MTFS is a difficult one for us. It's about having to make significant savings whilst maintaining our priorities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote. May I see all those in favour, please?
Make that 23. 23.
Okay. All those against? And abstentions, please.
At 12. 12.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That takes us to agenda item 4D on pages 279. Recommendations of the Executive Council for Open Spaces, Sustainable Foods and Community Wellbeing for council appointment to the Conservators of the River Cam. The nominations are included in the council information pack on page 17. Councillor Collis, do you wish to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the only thing I need to say on this, and as panel members involved in the meeting will know, is that the non-councillor appointments have been deferred to a later meeting. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Is there any debate on this? Okay, thank you, everyone. In that case, then, I'll now go to the vote. All those in favour?
So that's, bear with me. That's 34. for 34.
Okay, thank you. That then takes us to agenda item 5. Questions, which start on page 19 of your information pack. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, it looks like you have the first question.
Question 1.
Thank you, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood. I think COVID, Mayor, showed the skill of local authorities and the partnership that they deliver with their communities. Devolution isn't just about councils having power, it's about communities having power. And it isn't something I don't think that at the moment the government is going to show any great interest in. We did get some benefit through the city deal for transport, and we got benefit, including the 500 council house programme through the combined authority. But on neither of those did government really show any great sense of devolution. And in fact, they've made the governance of the area more complicated, not better. So we would love to have a government that actually believed in delivering locally. Unfortunately, when they said take back power from Europe, they meant take it all back to themselves.
Number 2.
Question number 2.
What I can do, if it will help any, shall I just read out the councillor's number on the question, unless you particularly want to stand up, and would that help? Councillor 2, question 2 then is to from Councillor Davies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Davies, for your question. I've been working closely with officers on this, and they've outlined a potential approach. We've not applied any herbicides since the motion was passed. This is because our last treatment is scheduled for late summer, meaning that any trial we run now wouldn't actually provide us with the data that we need. A short delay in the winter gives us time to thoroughly plan the trial and how it will run, what resources we're going to need, and how we're going to evaluate it. Officers from both the city and the county council have now met. I know, some of the issues of where responsibility lay were causing a problem. So they have now met and are setting out a plan for consideration at environment and community scrutiny in January next year. So you'll be seeing that very soon. This plan is going to include the trial wards, which are still being investigated. And thank you to all members who've been in touch to talk about areas in their ward that would benefit. I welcome any further communications on that. The plan will also include how we communicate with residents, plans for how we engage stakeholders, and also consideration of how we work with volunteers. So anyone who wants to adopt their local street, for example. This is going to be with a view to the trial taking place in the spring, because that's when we can get the best data possible from it. I think I said previously in July, when we debated the herbicide motion brought by other councillors, that this is too important not to get it right. So the county will make their decision whether to support the trial in December. I wanted to just quickly pay tribute to the new biodiversity project lead, who's been fantastic, Rob Marta. He's forged some really good links with Pesticide-Free Cambridge. So some really encouraging steps forward, a clear plan ahead of us that will get the results we need and help make the trial the success we all want it to be.
Thank you very much. And I made a heinous omission, which I didn't actually give Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood a chance for a supplementary. That was my error. So I'm not sure if you had one or not, because I forgot to ask you. So you haven't got one anyway, so nothing lost. Councillor Davies, have you a supplementary? Okay, thank you, everyone. That takes us to question number 3, Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Councillor Pagecroft. We've talked quite a lot about travellers tonight, so I'll try not to repeat too much of that. For the City Council to consider a request to facilitate any transit sites, we have to have confidence in the evidence on which we base any decisions. I think I said earlier, we're expecting to have the final Gitana research report in January next year to help with these decisions. So that said, the contact we have with visiting groups that use our parks and open spaces will often have Addenbrooke's in the mix. I have heard that certainly in relation to the group on Arbury Town Park. So in this case, I can say with some confidence that many groups need close access to the hospitals because they told us this when we carry out those initial welfare assessments. And I think it's actually part of the GRT awareness training that councillors have. I'm pretty sure it was mentioned then too. So I think there's probably a discussion to be had with both Addenbrooke's and Papworth about making provision for patients from the GRT community. And this is certainly a discussion that I'm more than happy to have once we've got that broader evidence base from the report in January next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll remember to ask this time. Do you have a supplementary question? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very glad to hear this. Is there a timescale to when all of this is going to start and sites are going to be made available? A police bill is out in January, as you know, so it will be a criminal offence for people to park camp on our parks and fields. So not only are they going to get a criminal record, but they could have their vans confiscated, which is their homes. We do residents get understandably upset when the GRT community camp on public parks, but there's also responsibilities on councils to help to avoid this by designing other areas where it is okay. Most of the GRT community have been here because of loved ones, as you said, in hospital or appointments for themselves. They are people, they are human beings, they do have loved ones, they do suffer pain and loss, and surely we should be helping them with this. Thank you.
I'll just come back very briefly. Yes, I agree. I have talked to the group on Arbury Town Park. I'm aware that the grandfather of that family has been in hospital, and that's certainly a conversation that I and others have had with them. So yes, I think we should be aware of that. Yes, we will consider that. In terms of the bill, that's an ongoing conversation with the police. You probably know we have a new superintendent, Adam Gallop, who's replaced James Sutherland, and we will be picking up that conversation with him. I know they are doing that work at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And question number 4 comes from Councillor Copley.
Should have just stayed standing up, shouldn't I? Thank you, Councillor Copley. So, yes, a factual answer here. Since January 2020, we've had 508 applications for an allotment plot managed by the City Council. Obviously, we also have allotments managed by societies that aren't the City Council. We don't have information on those applications at the time of preparing this answer. We can certainly look at trying to get that. The City Council officers have allocated 239 allotments, of which 213 are from those applications received after 2020. That figure's also influenced by Clay Farm. 151 plots and 152 applying since 2020. 25% of applicants since 2020 have rejected or failed to respond to allotment offers. Of course, as I mentioned, City Council direct provision is only part of the answer available. I think there's around 1,200 plots managed by societies on our behalf. I've spoken to officers about this. The last allotment audit was done a little while ago. So we're more than happy to commit to an audit of current occupancy and waiting lists, and I would be pleased to report back to council on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a supplementary question? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Executive Councillor Collis, for your answer. I apologise, I didn't get exactly all the numbers down, but I understand some allotments have been allocated and there are plenty of people on the waiting list. The question that I really wanted to ask was how many people want an allotment in Cambridge, and we can't answer that because we've closed some of the allotment sites waiting list because of too much demand for at least New Street. I can't remember the name of the other two which are also closed. And so by doing that, we're throwing away the information of people who potentially might want an allotment at those specific sites. So it could be 500 people, it could be a lot more. And we have a statutory duty to provide allotments if we believe there is demand. And by closing the waiting list, it's the same as closing our eyes and ears and not being open to what information there is about what the demand is. But the problem hasn't gone away. And I understand that new allotments have been provided in some urban extensions, but there's a massive growth in the population in already developed areas. Most people are also anxious about food supply, and we've seen that a lot this year recently, and people have developed a new enjoyment of being outside. I don't know to what degree that would turn into people wanting allotments, but it may be that there are people that, if they could join the waiting list which are closed, would want to. So I ask if the Executive Councillor would agree to bring forward a plan to properly measure and satisfy the demand for allotments, which is a statutory duty, even if this requires the use of compulsory purchase orders of land to satisfy that. Sorry, that's 30 seconds left, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, that was the end of my question.
Thank you, Councillor Copley. Actually, a lot of what you've just brought up is contained in my answer to Dave's public question, which obviously wasn't able to ask because I was too busy talking about other stuff. I'm probably not going to read all that now. I'm more than happy during the break to share that with you. I'm happy to circulate it to members. And about the audit, I will discuss that with officers and we'll be in touch. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That'd be question number 5 from Councillor Healy, please.
I'll stop talking soon. Thank you, Councillor Healy, for your question. I know that Councillor Moore has had a question about this and will probably be speaking to this later in response to Councillor Payne's question. But I wanted to start off by expressing, I think like all of us, my shock and dismay at the recent attacks in the Market Square. At a CLP meeting last night, Councillor Scutt, our lead councillor for women, read out a list of the, I think it's 81, Jocelyn, yeah, 81 women who've lost their lives to acts of violence since the murder of Sarah Everard. You know, let's let that sink in for a moment. 81 women in that short time. Never has this issue been more important for us to address as a council. You asked what the council is doing to address the issue. Not really possible to cover everything we're doing to address the issue in this short time. So I'm more than happy to prepare a briefing and to circulate it to members. But I will say a couple of things. So firstly, each year the City Council marks United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on the 25th of November. This year will be no different. We're planning an online conference led by and for survivors and local groups working in the field. That's going to involve myself, Councillor Anna Smith and Councillor Scutt. I'm just going to quickly pay tribute to the work of our excellent community partners who will be leading on that conference. Do I have any more time, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, lovely. This is also an area of work for the Community Safety Partnership. It's a priority for the Police and Crime Commissioner and also part of the work of the Police and Crime Panel. I know it's an area of concern for Councillor Macpherson in his role as Community Safety Lead. 25th of November is, of course, also White Ribbon Day. Several White Ribbon ambassadors, the Mayor included. We have Daha accreditation, which we won in 2019, only the 5th council to be accredited. Councillor Moore's going to cover work to make the market square safe. I know you've personally expressed a concern about the level of street lighting, and we will explore that. Thank you.
Sorry to cut you short, Councillor, but I try to be fair to everyone. Thank you. Question number 6 from Councillor Payne, please. Councillor Moore, I believe. Yes.
I was very upset and disturbed that a young woman was seriously sexually assaulted in the Market Square last week, and I do send my thoughts and best wishes to her and hope that she may make a good recovery after such a traumatic incident. I also wish to send my thoughts and best wishes to those other victims of sexual assault in the city whose cases may not be so widely known. With regards to the city centre generally, including from our market management team, licensing and CCTV services are working closely with the police, CAMBAC, both universities and other partners with an interest in the city centre nighttime economy, to review and agree continuing improvements in the way we collectively manage our nighttime economy across the city centre. In terms of the Market Square, we have a project to renovate and update the square and the market. This includes new lighting and new market stalls, which will improve the safety of the square at night. However, it will be a while until that project is completed, and so in the meantime, we are actively reviewing with the police and other nighttime economy management partners what further action we can collectively take to improve the Market Square and the wider city centre from a community safety, visitor welcome perspective. This could include new lighting and reducing the amount of clutter in the Market Square to make it more visible.
Thank you very much. Councillor Payne, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to both executive councillors for their responses on this really serious issue. I know that as a council, we'd wish to express our support for the victim of this particular attack, and also, of course, all those across Cambridge in our hearts and minds. I'm glad to hear that some moves are being made to think about reflecting the safety of the Market Square, and I think in particular improving the lighting in that space is a really essential and very simple thing to do to increase the sense of safety and transparency and openness. Therefore, I wonder whether the Deputy Councillor could give us some sense of the timescales in which we'll have an update on when we'll see something different in the Market Square to make it safer, and also whether the market traders for whom this event took place in their place of work, which is hugely traumatic, will be updated on these plans as well. Thank you.
So, as I said, we are looking into lighting. I don't have a timescale for that, but I will keep council updated as soon as we do. We are looking into updating the electrics, because obviously we need the right electrical infrastructure to improve the lighting, and the electrics are one of the things that need updating in the overall project, but we're looking into what we can do in the meantime to improve them, so that will be an improvement for traders, but also then we can improve the lighting.
Thank you very much for that. Question number 7 from Councillor Bond.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Bond. All feedback to planning consultations are important and considered. A full response will be provided when the proposed submission for the North East Cambridge Area Action Plan is published on the 22nd of November at the start of its committee process. But a summary of the approach is included in the Greater Cambridge Local Plan first proposals, which have now been agreed by both Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire councils. and that consultation will start on the 1st of November. The first proposals include the NEC site and a summary of some of those changes that have been recommended to members for inclusion, include reducing the amount of jobs and also enhancing the provision of on-site informal space and children's play area.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bond, do you have a supplementary question? Thank you very much. That then takes us to question number 8 from Councillor Hawke.
So yeah, back again. This is the last one I think I have. Thank you, Councillor Houck, for your question. You're quite right. Access to food-growing spaces is essential to well-being. All sorts of side benefits. I've recently visited several allotments in the city, including Clay Farm, other initiatives like Co-Farm, and been impressed by the community they build. The specifics of your question: any application to vary a planning permission for Trumpington Meadows or Clay Farm would now have to be led by the City Council as the leasehold owner of the site. As these sites are now built and transferred, a change to allow sheds on sites would require a new planning application. A change of position to allow sheds would be contrary to the design principles set out at the outline planning application stage, which has now influenced and delivered 2 new all-purpose allotment buildings intended to support the use and function of those new allotments. If council was to support a change in permission for sheds, that would require officers to review the planning strategy documents, the outline, and potentially the various reserved matters applications and the deed of land transfers, just to determine whether this can be permitted or not. At this time, the Trumpington Meadows building is operating as intended, and the Clay Farm offer is almost complete. Until the Clay Farm building has been finished and handed over, it's not possible to determine whether there is a need, support, or a purpose for sheds on greenbelt land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a supplementary? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Executive Councillor, for your answer. The permission for more structures on allotments may not have been part of the original plan, but this may have been an oversight, as sheds and greenhouses are simply what most of us would expect on an allotment. But whatever the reasons were then, I cannot see any objections now that would outweigh the obvious benefits to the community with respect to healthy and sustainable living, well-being, biodiversity, and community spirit. So productivity can significantly be increased by the use of greenhouses. Also, the maintenance of an allotment requires tools, especially if the allotment is not next to your home. These tools need to be stored in a safe and weather-protected space, and not everybody is able or willing to regularly carry heavy tools around the neighborhood. It should be easy to rectify this, and I appreciate that you've given some indication of what needs to be done. And this would have huge positive impact on local communities. Most, if not all, allotments around Cambridge allow greenhouses and sheds, and I would just like to remind my fellow councillors that the new developments were built on farmland, and that Trumpington Meadows is in fact the birthplace of the Maris Piper potato. So it is only fair that residents there should use their allotments to their full potential. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Houck. Yes, indeed, Maris Lane, I believe. So the Trumpington site assumed that everyone would live locally, and that's allotment allocation policy, and therefore did not need to use valuable space that could be used for cultivating food and to provide room for sheds. I have, as you probably know from Councillor Slatter, been to Clay Farm allotments. I've also been with Dave to Foster Road. I visited several allotment sites recently. I talked to people at Clay Farm. Some people for sheds, very much so. Some people very much not for sheds. There's obviously a difference of opinion there. The communal buildings being built are intended actually to foster community and collaborative working. I saw that with the container, the temporary container. All the buildings have storage areas in the hope that people would support each other and share tools and so on, rather than having to buy their own. Engine shed provision prompts a planning application. We should really expect to receive a whole range of views from local residents on the merits, purposes and aesthetics of sheds. I'm certainly happy to take that back to officers and have a further discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You learn something new every day, aren't you? I'm so pleased I buy Maris Piper every week. That was news to me. Question number 9, from Councillor Davey to Executive Council for Communities.
Where I was waiting for him to speak. I defer this answer.
No one was interested for a minute there.
I defer this answer to Councillor Healy.
Thank you. Members will recall this very important motion, which was passed last year in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, and also recognising racism, both structural and individual, continues to be a serious problem, including in Cambridge, as we've seen with recent incidents of racism reported in the local papers. So there were several actions in the motion in terms of substantial progress that's been made. First of all, in relation to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on BAME communities in Cambridge, we requested and received a report from the Director of Public Health. We also worked with community leaders supporting BAME communities to help share public health messages and encourage vaccination uptake. We've also organised a meeting with 4 voluntary and community sector groups supporting BAME communities on how the public sector can help promote race equality locally. Another action was around producing a toolkit for businesses to increase understanding on race inequality in the workplace. And we commissioned Cambridge Ethnic Community Forum to produce this, making it locally relevant and adapted for the Cambridge context. And this will be launched next month during the Living Wage Week. Another action was around ensuring food provided through the food hubs met appropriate religious and cultural requirements, which was also implemented in conjunction with Cambridge Sustainable Food and other organisations. And in terms of staff, there were a couple of actions as well around recruitment and increasing the percentage of BAME employees and making our recruitment processes better as well, which we've also done. So finally, in terms of councillors, we also made it mandatory for councillors to attend equality and diversity briefing in their first term of office, which I believe is happening this month. So I think we can all agree there has been significant progress made against all of the actions arising in the motion. And I'd like to pay tribute in particular to Helen Crothers, who's done an absolutely fantastic job in moving these at such pace.
Thank you for that. Supplementary question, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I thank you very much, Councillor Healy, for your feedback. I will make sure that Councillor Fatala, much missed Councillor Fatala from this chamber, gets a detailed feedback on this, as he was a proposer supported by Councillor Pora. The supplementary I've got is that are there any other additional actions and priorities in the new single equality scheme which also seek support and address inequalities experienced by people of colour, aside from those mentioned within the Black Lives Matter motion? Thank you, Councillor Healy.
Thanks. Yes, so as you'll all be aware, the new single equality scheme was considered at last week's Environment and Scrutiny Committee. And again, I want to place in the record our thanks to Helen Crothers for what's really an excellent and substantial piece of work. And in particular, I'd like to pay tribute to your efforts to reach out and consult directly with the communities affected, which is so important in the new scheme. So in terms of the further actions building on the Black Lives Matter motion, first of all, we've made a commitment to collaborate with CECF to undertake research into the needs of diverse ethnic communities in the city, including those experiencing poverty exacerbated by the pandemic, and will then use those findings of this needs assessment to identify opportunities to further improve our services and facilitate partners to tackle discrimination as well. And associated with this, there's also for the first time a requirement in the new scheme for our services to consider intersectionality in responding to residents and customer needs. This is a really important distinction where you consider the cumulative effects of interdependent multiple discrimination on inequalities experienced, which is very much in line with international discourse and a human rights-based approach to addressing discrimination. Another planned activity is to support the development of a South Asian women's network in the city, where there's
been a gap identified. And we're also intending to support CB mentoring to set up a mentoring project for young black people in Cambridgeshire. And in terms of staff, we're going to be further increasing our efforts around retention of BAME employees and supporting them through internal promotions. So all in all, I think there's a lot in the new single equality scheme, and hopefully this will go a long way towards addressing inequalities experienced by people of colour and, of course, other groups with protected characteristics.
Thank you very much. That takes us right bang on time at 30 minutes. So I'm sorry, Councillor Bick, you're on the other side of the cut-off. My apologies for that. So, members, it is my intention now to have a break for 20 minutes. I think this is a very good time to break before we go into the next phase. Thank you very much.
8:20.
Yeah. So, yeah, 8:20, yeah. Okay, everyone, I think we may as well get a start.
No.
Do you think so? Yeah, ding ding. How about that? Do you like that? I really want a series of bells with all the notes on, and I'd be able to play something. Yeah. Okay, thank you, everyone. Agenda item 6. Of the 9 motions for debate, the mover and seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and seconder of an amendment have up to 10 minutes between them. The relevant executive councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes of reply in that order. I've been asked that one member from the proposing group may also speak in the debate if the motion is proposed to be amended. But otherwise, I don't propose to take any more speakers on any of these motions and would like everyone to respect that. There are 9 motions, it's a lot of business, so if we can just keep to those times, that will be fabulous. I call on Councillor Pora to move motion 6A. You also have requested to alter your motion as set out on page 27 of the information pack. I'll just give you a few moments for that. Find that. Okay, does the council consent for Councillor Pora to alter the motion as set out? All those in favour? May I please see?
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Just advise your seconder when you're ready. Just advise your seconder for this motion when you're ready to do so. I don't have one down here, that's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Payne is the seconder for this motion. So thank you very much. This motion came about after I attended an event recently on City Council land, and I was genuinely horrified and upset by the amount of single-use plastic that was handed out for almost all the drinks. All of us there were served in plastic cups, and any later drinks were in a new plastic cup. Just to demonstrate, I brought it with me. I mean, as you can see, that is quite a lot of plastic for one, well, fairly large drink. That wasn't my one, I should say. I have to say, I took it home and washed it out so we could reuse it. But pretty much all the others were going in the bin. There were no separate rubbish collections signed, no apparent separation of waste streams, food or dirty food plates were being collected in the same bags as everything else, and there was nothing to remind or incentivise us to bring our own cups. All I could see was hundreds and hundreds of these cups and glasses, all, as far as I can see, virgin plastic, being used for literally a few minutes and dumped. I actually, as I always do, bought my trusty bamboo cup the next day, so I can think that I was the only person there drinking a cocktail out of a teacup. But I did, with pride, because I thought it might encourage some other people to do the same. So it really made me think that we need to change this, that we as a city council have to show leadership on this. We can't ask local businesses and residents to do this if we're not leading by example. So we cannot stand by as well as we see more and more things like this at city council events, at our own events. So I'm really pleased to see that the Executive Council has accepted almost most of this motion, including my slight word change about reusable, so thank you for that. And if this passes, we will now be able to cease single-use plastics on city land and events. This will make a big difference, and it will allow us to lead on this and not follow. Turning briefly to the amendment, so I don't need to speak later, that's proposed, I'm very supportive of the final paragraph that's added, but I'm not so comfortable, I'm afraid, with the removal of the sponsored or supported events part, because for me, this means that we'll be continuing to participate in other events which still encourage single plastic use, and it will dilute the point of this motion. I'm not clear why City Council sponsored or supported events should be treated differently to the ones that we host on our own land, nor what kind of numbers of events this would affect, but I think it would be quite a few. I therefore urge members to support the motion unamended, to keep in this important part of the motion, to keep it intact, that of stopping single-use plastic in anything we are involved in as a council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Payne. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you've got about 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes. Okay. So don't forget. Councillor Collis has given notice of an amendment which is on page 29 of the information pack. Councillor Smith will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Collis, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to be brief and give Councillor Smith a chance to speak. Thank you to Councillor Porra for bringing this important motion to Council today. It's I think, based on principles that we can all get behind. Everyone in the chamber today. A few facts. We produce over 380 million tonnes of plastic each year. Some reports that might only be used for a few moments, but remain for at least several hundred years. Are that more than 10 million tonnes of plastic is dumped into our oceans every year. I think we're all aware of the dangers and the issue of plastic pollution. Earlier today, it was really encouraging to see projects like Plastic Free Caerphilly. Thank you to Robert for sending me that information. It's a partnership based between local government, business, education and community groups. There is a lot of will, I think, nationally across the country, cities, towns, there's a lot of will to tackle this issue. I don't think any of us are going to argue on that. Council like ours do to counteract change on such a catastrophic scale. I have props. Just going to dip down here. There's actually quite a lot that we can do. So it just occurred to me as I was drinking water, that's a case in point. Small change, it is a big global issue, but small changes can be positive too. As I said, I think, the principles behind the motion we can all support. You're not going to get any argument from me on that. Minor tweaks only. Our amendment basically is intended purely to tighten up some of the specifics. I was really pleased to see the the change to reusable. Very welcome, obviously. Nobody's going to quibble with that minor change. Changes, and I was really pleased to hear you say you were in favour of that, is the addition of this national context. It's been encouraging to see government, the LGA, festival reps towards these standardised environmental objectives for 2023 that all local authorities will have to follow when we're licensing any festivals or events. I think we can further strengthen the original motion by tasking officers to make sure that we are following best practice. We should be helping lead the way. It's certainly the direction of travel nationally. So yes, let's make this motion the very best it can be. Plastic pollution is too important an issue for any of us to ignore. So I commend this amendment to members and will now give way to Councillor Smith at the Mayor's direction. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, you're a seconder for this amendment. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right? You have 6.5 minutes.
I'll speak now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make some comments about the importance of this issue. And I think it's perhaps underreported and not so well known. The production of plastics has grown from 2 million tonnes per annum in the 1950s to 380 million tonnes per annum now. And I lived in the 1950s and we got by perfectly well without having these single-use plastic products. As Councillor Collis said, 50% of this plastic production is for single-use plastics. Now, to just bring these statistics to life, that amounts to 500 billion disposable cups. 1 million plastic bottles are bought per minute. So that will be 300 million during the course of this meeting if we finish at 11 p.m. this evening. Making a plastic bottle takes 6 times more water than the bottle it will contain, and the water that bottle will contain. The 32% of 78 million tonnes of plastic packaging produced annually is dumped into the sea. That's 1 refuse lorry per minute, and there are now, it's estimated, 5 trillion pieces of plastic in the oceans. This is alarming stuff. Now, the plastic pollution cycle starts with hydrocarbon extraction, followed by chemical production processes. The CO2 emissions from 2 plants that are planned to be built in the US will be the equivalent of putting 800,000 cars on the road. And then, after that single-use moment for this plastic, it's mostly sent to landfill or is dumped in the sea. Now, incineration emits more CO2 than any of the other disposable methods, but common plastics in the sea have a life expectancy of 450 years. They degrade to microplastics or toxins. The chemical leachates impair a marine bacterium which provide 10% of the world's oxygen. And it's well documented that microplastics are in the food chain, and we ingest these every time we eat seafood. It's been said that we eat the equivalent of a credit card in plastic every week, which is quite horrifying. So campaigners are arguing for global solutions, and their prescriptions include legislation to stop the production of single-use plastics, end investment in new oil, gas and petroleum plant, and intergovernment action to transition to a zero-waste economy. But we're here locally in this small city, and I'm absolutely delighted that this motion, as amended, that we can make positive changes here locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate? Please.
Thank you to all the councillors who've spoken so far. I would just like to contribute to the debate as well, and to share with all of you that we are currently living in a plastics nightmare, and we can't recycle our way out of it. And right now we know that the UK government is shipping waste to Turkey, the Philippines and Indonesia, where it's being burned on quays and roadsides and is poisoning local people. Uganda is choking on plastic in rivers and lakes, and the same story is being played out all over Africa. Only 9% of plastic ever made has been recycled. There's some research from the website Our World in Data, which is how many times can plastic be recycled? And I'd just like to share with you my deep concern about belief that recycling is the answer to the plastic nightmare. So Our World in Data says, how many times can plastic be recycled? And their answer is, it's a common misconception that most plastics can be recycled many times over. This belief can allow us to justify high rates of single plastic use on the basis that they're recyclable and therefore do not end up as waste in landfill. In practice, the majority of recycled plastics are only recycled once or twice before finally being disposed of in landfill or incineration. In a 2017 science paper on the fate of global plastics, Geyer et al. Wrote, recycling delays rather than avoids final disposal. It reduces future plastic waste generation only if it displaces primary plastic production. However, because of its counterfactual nature, this displacement is very difficult to establish. The study also estimates that of the plastic recycled to date, only 10% of it has ever been recycled more than once, and thereafter it ends up in general waste. There isn't the infrastructure to recycle the vast scale of plastic being produced, and that production is set to triple by 2050. However, we're all still being told it's okay, it will all be recycled. We must wake up to the reality that the world is literally drowning in plastic, and most of it will never be recycled. I therefore strongly commend this motion, which seeks to reduce plastic use within the sphere of council control. I would just like to add a few extra things, which is that some compostable packaging has its own problems. So compostable packaging that looks like paper or card can be put into the council green bins and composted with facilities we have locally. But packaging that looks like plastic requires a specialised anaerobic facility and cannot go into the green bins. So locally we need to put that into a black bin if we have that. So I urge members and the Executive Councillor to ensure that any future contracts focus on reusable options, which are the only sustainable choice, and not on plastic recycling. But if recyclable options are chosen or compostable options are chosen, just to choose ones that the waste facilities can use. So finally, let's be sure that the waste that is an outcome of events that we hold in the city centre never ends up poisoning fellow citizens in the global south and destroying precious ecosystems by choosing reusable items and putting that into contracts in the future on council land.
Councillor Payne, would you wish to speak now? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Porra for bringing this motion and items from her kitchen cupboards to the chamber today. I'm very glad we've nearly made it through through our first motion with a alteration of the council procedure rule and an amendment, and we all seem to vaguely know what's going on, so that's good to see. It's also good to see a motion this evening that pulls directly on the levers that we control as a council. Many of our motions at the moment seem to be aiming towards supporting national campaigns, registering our support and writing to government ministers. And while I have no issue with filling up the inboxes of every government minister we can think of with strongly worded notes, I think it is important to remember that as a council, we do have real weight that we can pull in our city. We can, through our own resources, our own time, our own ingenuity, deliver real change. Making the shift to reusing plastics is something that is an exact example of that. It's something we can all do. I know that many of us here and many of our residents across Cambridge have taken real time recently to think about how to de-plastic their households and how to be far more sustainable in their day-to-day lives. It's certainly something that we as a council can deliver together. As Councillor Porra said, we welcome the additional resolution in the amendment to research and consult on best practice, but it is disappointing to see the amendment take away the accountability for going plastic-free from the council-sponsored or supported events. Councillor Porra asked for the reason for that, and I think we came to this debate very open to hear whether there is a good reason for that, in which case we would support it. Unfortunately, we still have a question mark over that. It's not been addressed, and therefore it seems that we're still leaving a number of events happening in Cambridge in our name with our backing that needs to use single-use plastics. So it's sad to see again that it seems, unless we're assured otherwise, that we're simply taking that issue and throwing it on the too hard pile. Therefore, and we're still very open to an explanation, I think, of why council-sponsored events can't be included on that. If that amendment is to stay the case, we'll actually be voting against it. Unfortunately, the other items here become a drop in the ocean if there are still numerous events happening across the city on which we're not enforcing better standards and the standards that we'd expect of our residents. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. In that case then, Councillors Collis and Porra have right to reply. Councillor Collis, you're first. Thank you so much.
Mr Mayor, is it possible to defer to Councillor Moore, who has a couple of points she particularly wants to make? Thank you.
Yeah, if you're asking Councillor Moore to take your place on that,
Thank
absolutely. Fine.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple of the points very quickly. Number one, I really support this motion and the amendment. But in regard to our role as a council with waste generally, we collect the rubbish in Cambridge in litter bins, but also from residential, but it's the county council that are responsible with dealing with the rubbish. Luckily, up until now, the county council have had some very good ways of dealing with the recycling. So the vast majority of plastics collected in Cambridge are not ending up in the awful situations which Councillor Copley mentioned. But of course, as she very well said, recycling should be the last resort. Reduce, reuse, and lastly, recycle. And on the point about the vegware, probably other options are available. In the green bin, but number one, we're working with the across the RECAP partnership with the county to find other ways of collecting that waste and dealing with it differently. That's why we're doing also this food waste collection trial. But also for our litter bins, we're just working on a new project where we will have specific litter bins for that compostable packaging where it will be able to be composted. Thank you.
Well done, thank you very much. Councillor Pora, over to you.
I'll be very brief, Chair. Yes, thank you very much to the Executive Council and to the other Executive Council for their responses. I certainly echo Councillor Copley's point about compostable and reuse being really important. And I know in the motion, obviously, we have asked if there's compostable bins available on site so that we don't have cross-stream contamination. Again, I think for us, we're still struggling a little bit with why we're not doing supported and sponsored events, which is why we won't be voting for the amendment, but we are very supportive of the LGA good practice, as Councillor Collis mentioned. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I've been suitably brief.
That was wonderful, 31 seconds, very good. In that case then, I'll now go to the vote on the amendment. All those in favour, please show.
I'll make that 22.
Thank you. And against?
That 15.
In that case, then there's probably no abstentions, unless my maths has let me down again. Okay, thank you for that. I'll now go to the vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour?
Yeah, unanimous. Thank you.
That's all of us, by the way.
Yeah, I had to look up there. Yep, got you, thank you.
In that case, then there can't be any abstentions, can there? Thank you. I call on Councillor Dale to move motion 6B. I don't have a seconder for you, Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Nessinger will be seconding this motion.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, I'm sorry.
Councillor Nessinger will be seconding the motion. Apologies, we'll inform you beforehand next time. Thank you. Don't worry, I also have props. But no, part of the climate crisis, which is becoming increasingly clear, is global resource insecurity. In particular, in the news at the moment is the shortage of critical raw materials, which are vital components of green technology and which are suffering from overconsumption. Shortages in this regard could completely undermine many of the technological solutions that are being depended upon by the UK government in their net zero strategy. The answer to this growing problem may be in our hands, on our desks, and especially left in our cupboards and on our bookshelves. As noted in the motion, waste electrical and electronic equipment, or e-waste if you don't enjoy a funny acronym, is the fastest growing waste stream on the planet, with vast numbers of old and broken devices accumulating in people's homes. This is a problem and warrants investment in modular technology that can be repaired easily, but also presents an opportunity as a secondary source of CRMs. To meet the challenges of the next 3 decades, it is widely recognised that we must establish a circular economy. And as a council, we cannot do this alone, but we must play our part where we can. At the moment, the lack of recycling banks for e-waste indicates that we're not doing that yet. This motion seeks to fix that by ensuring that council commits to provide the e-waste recycling banks across the city and to promote them so as to hopefully significantly increase effective e-waste recycling across our city. I noted only this week the Bank of England was also actually talking about this issue. There's a number of other charities, some of which based in Cambridge, who are also working on this. So I know there are partners that we can look to as well as we seek to promote a greater level of recycling on these items. Finally, we have noted the amendment that's been submitted. I am happy to accept that amendment, but I will leave it to my seconder, Councillor Nessinger, to explain why. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Nessinger, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
I thought you might. You have about 7.5 minutes. Yep, that's 7.5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Councillor Moore has given notice of amendment, which is on page 31 of the information packs. I'm not sure who the seconder is. seconder for this amendment? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. So would you like to speak now? Sorry.
Do I get right of reply? Okay.
You will get a right to reply, yeah, but you're giving
be
notice of the amendment right now, though, aren't you?
So, as is stated in the motion, waste electrical and electronic equipment is the fastest growing waste stream, and these electricals contain valuable raw materials which can be put to good use. The Greater Cambridge Shared Waste Service works across Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire, and of course, waste knows no borders, so improving provision across the whole Greater Cambridge area benefits us all. This amendment proposes to introduce a network of 8 new waste and electricals recycling banks across the Greater Cambridge area over the next year. We will use external grant funding to provide the estimated £56,683 cost of this project. However, as we've already said, it's not all about recycling. Reduce and reuse is preferable, and in the case of waste electricals, this means repair. And so the Council supports Cambridge Carbon Footprint to run a network of repair cafes across the city. We also work with Wiser Recycling, who collect our small appliances from the 6 small WE banks situated in the city. WE collected is either reused or recycled, depending on the appliance. Wiser focus on maximising reuse as well as recycling. Their facility contains an extensive testing and repair area. They operate a lamp recycling plant, TV dismantling, and a cathode ray tube line for monitors and TV screens. So the waste that you put into these new banks could well be repaired and reused, not just recycled. I hope that you'll vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood, would you like to speak now or reserve your right? You have lots of time. Councillor Moore only took 1.45 minutes.
Well, I want to say I certainly support the amendments that are in this this motion. I'm very pleased to see that that the repair and or recycling banks are being expanded across or will be expanded across Cambridge, and at the moment they're in areas where they've been budgeted for and are able to use these sort of underground waste collection. As I have only ever had 2, which I consider a lot, smartphones. One of those is a Fairphone. Now that's meant to be modular, it can be repairable, and I'm really pleased to see that repair, or rather reuse, is part of this programme. And I look forward to there being more points in the north of the city in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there a debate on this? Okay. In that case, Councillor DL and Councillor Moore have right to reply. Did I miss you? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes. So I did. I'm sorry.
All right, you can go straight back to Jamie.
I'm just on a different page to everyone else in the room. That's
it's
all
fine.
it is.
It's absolutely fine. I'll be very brief. I'm very pleased that there's so much agreement on this motion in the council. I think it's a really important. It is really important that we increase the quantity of recycling of these electrical products for all the reasons that people have said, and particularly because there is such a huge increase in the number of these products around, and because the elements used in them are so precious, and we need to make sure that we are bringing those back into use and recycling them for further use. We are happy to accept the amendment, largely because it's really good to hear that the Shared Waste Service is already working on this and that work is being done, but it's also really important to have the timescale in there that you've offered. So that news that this is going to be happening by the end of 2022 is really helpful and really important, and that's a key reason why we're very pleased to accept this amendment. I think that the really crucial thing for us all as councillors to do now is to make sure that we're getting the word out to the residents that these products can be recycled. There are places to recycle them.
Until the end of until the new ones are open, we need to be trying to make sure that as many people are aware of the ones in Trumpington as possible. But it will be really exciting and really important to have the new ones open across the rest of the city. So thank you for your support for the motion more broadly, and I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
And I apologise for forgetting you. How could I do such a thing? So, Councillor Moore, you have a right to reply. Okay, Councillor Dale? Thank you so much, everyone. In that case, then, we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Those in favour?
That looks unanimous. Yep.
Absolutely. That's all of us again, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
I will say...
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
I will say those against.
It's very difficult sometimes, so apologies.
Okay.
Well, that's against. Okay.
No abstentions. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so that takes us now to the vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour?
Okay, so that is everyone. That's unanimous.
We'll make sure, shall we? Are there any against? And any abstentions? No, absolutely. Thank you. I call on Councillor Holt to move motion 6C. And I don't have a seconder for this one either. If you have a seconder.
That is Councillor Beck.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, I have brought this motion to the Council today because we have a shared problem experienced right across the city. From my ward of Trumpington in the south, right up to King's Hedges in the north, and many places in between and either side. The City Council on its own probably doesn't have the solution to it, but it is a problem happening in Cambridge, and the City Council can choose to use its convening power, as it has done on other issues over the years. It can bring agencies together to impress on them the need for action and to work with them in developing a collaborative strategy. The problem, as my motion says, is vehicles, sometimes cars, sometimes motorbikes or motorized scooters, using the city's road network as a racetrack. This typically occurs in the evenings or at nighttime. Reports I've seen spoke of midnight and 4 a.m. Other members will almost certainly have witnessed this for themselves or had reports of it from residents. As the public speaker, Bob Illingworth, has said earlier, reports of near-identical episodes come from streets in all quarters of the city. No neighborhood, rich or poor, appears to be exempt. Probably nearly everyone lives somewhere close to where this is going on. There seem to be some favorite tracks, whether it's King's Hedges Road, Fen Road, or Edinbrooke Road. This behavior is a threat to anyone else using roads and paths at the same time. High speed and reckless use of a motorized vehicle can easily end in an accident from which others, as well as the perpetrators, can be the victims. The other impact of this is noise. Really stark breaches of the peace for residents entitled to expect some tranquility in their own homes, especially at nighttime. We all know how the importance of a good night's sleep for well-being and mental health. These drivers can literally drive you crazy. Residents have complained to councillors and police, although I know that both of these have done what they think is best in the normal flow of business. So far the problem continues. Some other places in the country with a similar issue have started to adopt more innovative approaches. There's Kensington Council in London, which is deploying noise-activated cameras, and we hear also of antisocial bike teams formed by police in Yorkshire. I feel that there should be a push in our area to examine these ideas or develop others on a cross-agency basis. We should bring together at least the police and the Highways Authority with the City Council, which has community safety and environmental health roles. If now is not the right time to ask for this, as other areas are starting to do, I wonder what the right trigger really is. So why is this such a problem? Well, to understand, I think you need to listen, as many of us have, to the voices calling to us, from the parents trying to get young children to sleep, from anyone who themselves sleeps lightly,
from people trying to concentrate on studying or working at home, from people who become seriously anxious or alarmed about the implications of sudden loud noise, especially including the frail and very elderly. All, there are many in these situations, are troubled by a completely gratuitous and thoughtless behavior caused by what is probably relatively few people. It is also a problem because the continuing, purely reactive, ad hoc approach eats up person power from other problems without making a big difference, when a more proactive, focused strategy could nip it in the bud much faster and more comprehensively. It is impossible to believe that the law is not being broken here, maybe several laws. The issue seems to be both about how to hold the perpetrators accountable and whether there is anything that can be done to prevent it. We are the city's elected assembly. One of our important roles is to galvanize the focus and attention of wider bodies with responsibilities relevant to the well-being of our residents and to seek cooperative approaches. So, Mr. Mayor, I would ask members right across the chamber to support this motion and see if we can get further than we have gone so far with this problem, which is so harmful to many of our residents' lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bick, do you wish to speak now? You've got 5.5 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Collis has given notice of amendment, which is on page 33 of the information pack. Councillor Robertson will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Houck, for your motion. I'm not going to speak for long in order to enable Councillor Robertson have time to present some evidence that I know he's gathered. I agree with you on the problems and the seriousness of the problems that can be caused by antisocial driving. It's selfish and it is damaging to people's lives. Mr. Illingworth spoke earlier about antisocial driving examples across the city, and you yourself have also mentioned it. I think probably each of us in the chamber, as Councillor Houck says, has had casework related to this. I know I certainly have. Pretty sure Councillor Smart and Councillor Gawthrope Wood will recognise what I'm about to say. Councillor Houck, you mentioned King's Hedges. I don't know how well you know the area, but you don't live on or around the Northfield Avenue area for very long before you start hearing the noise from motorbikes as they roar up and down the road. There are also a lot of elderly residents living in the area, and they don't feel safe because of this. We try, as ward councillors, to provide reassurance. Martin and Jenny, I know, have done this also. The problem is particularly bad in the summer. Like you say, it can regularly keep you awake. My flat is actually the end of my road, borders onto Northfield Avenue. They regularly keep me awake, and as some people will know, if I have not had enough sleep, I am not a particularly nice person to deal with. Joking aside, though, I think, in summary, we agree on the need for action. I don't think any of us will dispute that. Where we do disagree, however, is what that action needs to be, what form it needs to take, or rather when or whether it has actually been happening. The cross-agency working, the partnership working, you don't really need to ask for that because much of that's already happening. The police have highlighted antisocial driving and road safety as a priority already. That's been discussed in the Community Safety Partnership. It is a police-led issue, but we do actively share information with them as a council, and we will carry on doing that. We do already have a partnership of the type that you describe. I don't really think there's any sense in duplicating that work. The Community Safety Partnership, which I am part of, they feed into this Vision Zero partnership, which tackles exactly the issues you are talking about. That is what it aims to do. I will certainly ensure that we do, as a CSP, feed in community concerns. Also, the issue of cameras that you raise and the potential that they may have to help the issue. I'd invite any councillors in the chamber to send me details of antisocial driving in their wards, because I think, you know, if we're going to feed information into that partnership, if we're going to share information, it needs to be as good as it can be. So I do invite members to contact me with that. We can't obviously dictate the work of the Vision Zero partnership, but we can inform it. I am happy, again, to bring a report back to Council on the work, because, as you say, it's a very important issue. I would just conclude by commending the amendment to members, and I'm going to give way to Councillor Robertson. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Reserve my right, please.
I thought you would. You have 6 minutes. Thank you. Is there any debate? So it's Councillor Bick and Councillor Robertson, whoever wishes to go first. Councillor Robertson, it appears to be you.
Thank you. This is an important motion, and we've widened it a bit, as you can see, partly because of the issues that Councillor Collis has brought up, but also because there is a problem with electric mopeds in particular, being badly driven and antisocial behaviour on them as well, so occasionally. The problem is that those mopeds, many of them are obviously illegal, because a moped, by definition, should be incapable of being ridden at more than 15 miles an hour. And clearly a lot of them are going a lot faster than that. They're also should be incapable of being driven without pedal assistance. And again, you can see they're using a throttle, they're not just pedalling along as well. The important thing is mopeds and electric bikes, electric mopeds, electric bikes, mopeds, have all got a future in Cambridge in particular, which is important to us in terms of travel and efficient travel and keeping the volume of motor vehicles down in the city. So if these means of propulsion come into disrepute, then we've got a problem. And to some extent, it's true of the motorbikes, the petrol-assisted motorbikes as well, because if they get a bad press, people won't use them as much, and they do, even though they are driven with fossil fuels, they are actually more efficient in getting people into the city than clogging up the roads with the whole car. So, as I say, we've widened the scope of this. We've asked, there is some work going on to discuss with the police and the DVLA, I think, about the way these mopeds have come into the domain of Cambridge in particular in the last year or so, to see how illegal they are and what action can be taken. Because clearly something has to be done, as it has to do with the noise as well. And as Councillor Collis has said, we will be taking action on that. So I commend this amendment to the motion to you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bick.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Anyone who listened to Jeremy Salis's programme on this morning on Radio Cambridgeshire cannot fail to be impressed by the spread of the problem right across the city and the strength of feeling amongst residents. There were 2 hours of callers and messages sharing their experience and their views. 2 hours. They weren't, and I have to say this, they weren't calling to congratulate councillors on things that they were already doing. And they weren't doing that because the problem for them is live and continuing. There was also, on the same programme, an interview with a portfolio holder on Kensington Borough Council who spoke of the effectiveness of the noise-activated cameras that they have recently installed. Note, when we're saying this is all a police matter and nothing to do with us, that this was a council taking that action. And I think that this motion that we have before us is an excellent one. It is asking the council to do exactly what some members opposite, as well as on our side, have been very keen to do, to convey a strong community opinion and try and facilitate a solution with other bodies. I remember doing this myself as leader of the council in relation to improvements we wanted in the post office on St Andrews Street, and I remember former Councillor Massey committing to do the same in relation to cycle theft at the railway station. And what is the request of this motion is exactly similar on a different subject. So when I look at the amendment, I do want to acknowledge that it would keep the constructive intent of Councillor Houck's motion, and I can see that Councillor Collis is committed to try and make a difference on this. I want to say that straight away. But I am afraid that I do see it as a slight dilution of the focus of the motion that is being sought. And it has a little bit too much the flavour of business as usual, and it's all being taken care of about it. And so for me, if I have the choice, as I do, as someone going to vote on this motion, a choice between what the original motion is calling for and what the amendment is calling for, I definitely would prefer the original motion. And so I would intend to vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigg. Councillor Collis and Councillor Hogg have a right to reply. That is 3 minutes each. Councillor Collis, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to be extremely brief. I'm just going to address one point that Councillor Bick made. I am very definitely not saying that this is nothing to do with us and that it's purely a police matter. It is police-led. They are, in some ways, the experts here. I very clearly said that we are part of the joint work. I did not say it is business as usual. I said that there is an existing partnership that we will feed into. There is no sense setting up something new when that's already happening. Thank you.
And Councillor Holt, you have the last word. No? Okay, thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote on the amendment. Those in favour?
So I make that 23. 24, 25, 25.
Okay, should we do it again? Or are we happy? All those in favour?
So I'm sorry. It's 25.
Okay. Those against?
So that's 12.
Any abstentions? I don't think there would be. No. Okay, and I'm going to go to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour?
So that's everyone. That's unanimous.
That's all of us then?
Yep, thank you.
Almost. Okay, thank you. I now call on Councillor Bennett to move motion 6D. You also have requested to alter your motion as set out on page 35 of the information pack. I'll just give you a moment to find that. Okay. Does the council consent for Councillor Bennett to alter the motion as set out? Councillor Herbert, do you wish to speak on this or not? Okay. You don't have to. It's just whether you wanted to or not. Okay, thank you. No consent for that change. No. Can you advise who your seconder is, Councillor Bennett? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. What was the outcome of the alteration of the motion? I don't really understand what just happened.
Well, as there was no consent given, there is no change. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. Because the ruling group have not voted to pass it, then that means it stays as it is. Okay.
It doesn't have to be a vote.
No.
Doesn't have to be a vote.
It almost caught me out as well. I expected to see a vote as well. But no, there wasn't. That's sort of why I asked the leader if he wanted to speak, because just in case somebody wanted to say something. But as it happens, that has not been passed, so the motion stays as it is. Councillor Bennett, do you wish to speak now?
Mr. Mayor, can everybody hear me? Today is explain why the UK green tax system got into such a mess, comment very briefly on the IFS, Institute for Fiscal Studies, preliminary report, which I've referenced, set out the advantages of ring fencing, and briefly explain why this hasn't been a practical option previously, and explain why fairer green taxation and retrofitting are inextricably linked. One of the things I discovered when I was drafting this motion is that it's news to many people that we actually have a green tax system at all, and that we've had it for 30 years. It accounts for 6% of UK tax revenues. And one of the reasons why people are so poorly informed is that most of the green tax system isn't badged as green taxes at all. Some of it wasn't even intended as green taxation. And in almost all cases, it's part of a system that's put into place because the government of the day had given a commitment not to raise headline taxes, but was running out of money and needed a stealth tax. So we do have a green tax system. And by green taxes, the IFS means any tax that actually does the job, such as fuel duties, air passenger duty, landfill tax, climate change levy, vehicle duty, and a big chunk of VAT, which is not something we normally think of as being a green tax, but it's actually one of the biggest contributions to the green taxes budget. So as you can see, there's a patchwork of different taxes, and bulk of revenue comes from taxes that were never actually designed to tackle emissions. So we have a badly designed tax system. It's uneven, there are gaps, and although in the circumstances it's quite surprising that it works at all, it doesn't work that well. And in particular, the tax take from green taxes has fallen over 10 years from 8% of total tax revenues to 6% of tax revenues. Even worse, it actually contains carbon subsidies for some items, and particularly VAT on domestic gas fuel supplies, and undertaxes key items such as domestic flights and luxury flights. And to make it even worse, if you aren't already sufficiently upset and annoyed, the proportion of green taxes used for green incentives is 93% of green taxes are not going to support a greener future. They're just going in the government's back pocket. That's a high percentage, and it's at a historic low now. So I hope you can agree that there is actually a need for action. Signs are good. You would hope that the government would be looking, for example, at increasing airport passenger duty, but instead, in March, the government announced it intended to cut the duty on domestic flights. There is a need for reform and a need to look at the excellent preliminary IFS report. This isn't a full report, basically just a sort of taster report that's been rushed out for COP, as you might expect. It doesn't actually set out recommended solutions. It doesn't call for a global carbon tax, but it does point out quite a few areas where an improvement could be made. One thing that I believe Labour object to is ring fencing. Recently, this city has paid out, is it £18 million for COVID work for residents? Did it get 18 million? Did it help? I think we've already seen, had a lot of experience as central government funding of our campaigns. If we are going to get into retrofit, we need to be comfortable that we are going to get that money back and not sort of hung out to dry. Ring fencing isn't a magic bullet. All it really means is that we're earmarking a revenue stream. We've not done this with public finance in the past, and the reason is simple and embarrassing. The public finances and the accounting systems have never been enough to do this until comparatively recently. Ring is a magic bullet because what one government does, another government can undo, but it just slows down the process enough and gives a practical degree of protection. If we ring fence taxes for the climate emergency prevention, we have to borrow to make up the deficit from existing revenues elsewhere. All it does is just give us as councils a small degree of confidence that we might get our money back and be able to continue to supply statutory services to residents. Okay. About the IFS report, which I thoroughly recommend. I'm looking forward to seeing the full document when they finally get around to publishing it. And I've talked about ring fencing and explained why this is a really good thing. I did get a comment, this is against Labour Party policy, but I have done as full a check as I can. Unless there's something you're aware of that's not in the public domain, I don't think it actually is. And I also wanted to talk about why fairer green taxation and retrofitting are inextricably linked. Obviously, we need taxation so that we can fund this, but we also need a retrofit programme to actually make the green tax system fair. And this is because one of the biggest anomalies is that we have a carbon subsidy because the VAT rate on domestic gas fuel is only 5%, which undermines a lot of the home insulation projects and means that the total cost of financing the climate emergency work is higher than it should be. And this really matters because everything that cannot be raised by taxation is going to have to be borrowed. And we're leaving that burden, if not for our kids, but for our friends' kids and grandkids. That's how much time. Right. I've convinced you to adopt my motion. I don't have a problem with Rosie's foreign retrofitting amendment, but I really do have a big problem with removing the word ring fencing. I'm happy to talk about this afterwards if anybody wants, but for now I'm going to sit down and shut up. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that. Councillor Copley, do you wish to speak now? You've got 45 seconds. Okay, not now. Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Moore has given notice of amendment, which is on page 37 of the information pack. And seconder, Rosie? Thank you. Okay. So Councillor Herbert will second that, and you have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. We're in a climate emergency. We need swift and decisive action locally, nationally and globally in order to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees C. Global warming above 1.5 degrees could double the probability of extreme and destructive weather events like floods, droughts, storms and heat waves. And even if we succeed in only a heat rise of 1.5, it is likely to still have a devastating impact on nature and therefore risk the survival of many of our fellow global inhabitants, human and other. We also live in a very unequal city, an unequal country and an unequal world. Already the impacts of climate change are being felt more heavily by the disadvantaged and the vulnerable, and this will only get worse as the crisis deepens, unless alongside decisive action to cut global carbon emissions, we also take decisive action to tackle poverty and inequality. I absolutely agree with Councillor Bennett that we have a badly designed tax system. It's regressive, it promotes inequality and is not up to date with the changes we're already seeing in our society, such as our changing shopping habits or the loss of fuel duty that we're likely to see in the coming years, but it is certainly not currently ready to facilitate a just transition or even the government's stated aims of levelling up. I would argue that just a new tax on carbon without the clear ambition of enabling a just transition risks adding an increased financial burden on those least able to shoulder it. The financial system is doing too little to decarbonise our economy and too much to generate and sustain our deeply unequal economy. And now's the time to tackle both by calling for a just transition. And so that's what this amendment seeks to do. I hope you'll support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Herbert, will you wish to speak now? You have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the words are just transition, which was why that we thought that it was a well-brought motion on a vital subject. We had to put several additions in relation to equality. And it really, really matters how tax is raised in this country. And along with the previous government, the Labour government, the coalition and the current government, the tax system has got worse and less fair. And as a result, the burden falls actually more on low now than it ever has. So that was why we feel that the term progressive has to be part of it. But it doesn't take away from the point of your motion, Councillor Bennett, which is that we have to fund a massive transition away from carbon, and we have rules, and we have to do that. But the scale of the issues, which we will find out from Glasgow, and I hope we don't find out that the fringe events in Glasgow, country of your previous antecedents, I hope that we don't find out that the fringe is actually where the discussion is alive, because what we're relying on is a government that has used unequal taxes most recently to fund social care change. I don't feel completely cheated as someone in their 60s, but it is grossly unfair that care workers are paying higher tax and I am not actually subject to how I behave. I could operate without actually paying anything towards it. So my premise, following up from Councillor Moore and your clear exposition, Councillor Bennett, is that there isn't simply enough currently in the green taxes to do what we want to achieve. So if we just take the issue of retrofit, which is a massive bill, there isn't currently a green tax that will fund that. And a number of the other transitions in terms of changing our economy, because this government has been useless, as Councillor Gehring is an expert on, in actually preparing even for bad Brexit. Now we're going to have a bad transition, because unless we can do what the Danes did on wind energy, or unless we're going to get into the issue of of producing heat pumps in a way that's anything like efficient, our economy is going to dive. We're going to miss out on all of the employment and the opportunities, and we're going to fail to move from what is in Britain a very industrialised, over fossil fuel economy to change it. So that is why we've gone for progressive. And also, I do think it was right in Councillor Moore's wording that we recognise who is actually causing the emissions. The 10 biggest emission-producing countries produce way over 50% of the emissions in the whole of the world. Yet, who's going to have a voice in Glasgow? Well, certainly not Polynesia, certainly not a number of African states, certainly not a lot of countries that are going to have gross rises in temperature. And we, on this side, agree with you that evidence like last summer, evidence from Australia or North America or Germany shows that we are already in the emergency. We will see in the next 2 or 4 years, not just the impacts on Europe, but particularly on the global south, as Councillor Copley referred to earlier. So we have to reserve some of this money for overseas. And part of that is to tell the British government to reinstate the proper level of international aid, because that should be targeted at climate change. So we fully support the principles of your motion. I spent quite a lot of time at the Labour Party conference really trying to understand tax, because tax and how we raise money is at the centre of the way this country is badly run. Council tax, let's throw more weight on it. Business rates, hitting shops, Amazon, in multinational companies, all of the big banks, most of the money's offshored. So we do have to have progressive tax, we believe, but we have to have money. And the money is there. So the British government should act. Will we hear it in Glasgow? I doubt it.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Is there any debate? Please, Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be very brief, and thank you to members on both sides of the chamber for what's, I think, actually been a really interesting discussion. I know I've learned a great deal about how the taxation system works, thanks to Councillor Bennett. I think, actually, there is much in agreement, really, between the motion and the amendment. I just wanted to clarify our position that we will be abstaining on the amendment. Not that we disagree with all of it, but we support Councillor Bennett's argument around the need for ring fencing to make sure the focus is in the proper places it should be, as we move towards our own just transition here in Cambridge towards a world hopefully of retrofit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Copper, you still have a whole 45 seconds if you'd like to use them. Okay, thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote on the amendment in that case. Those in favour?
That's 22.
Those against?
2.
And abstentions, please.
13.
Thank you. I'll now go to the vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour?
Everyone. That's unanimous.
Are we clear on that?
Yeah? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I now call on Councillor Bennett to move motion 6E. You also have requested to alter your motion as set out on page 39 of the information pack. Does the council consent for Councillor Bennett to alter the motion as set out? Thank you very much. In that case, as there is no agreement for that, then the original motion, Councillor Bennett, stands. Would you like to speak to that? And your seconder would be Councillor Copley once more. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry about the confusion or the conflicting versions of the motion. I was trying just to come up with some consensual wording to try and avoid the need for an amendment debate. So I apologise for any confusion. caused by that, and truly no good deed goes unpunished. So, my bit of motion, then calls for adoption of a national retrofit strategy, and particularly version 2 as published on the 24th of June this year. And the reason I'm calling for this is that our homes use 35% of all the energy in the UK, emit 20% of carbon dioxide emissions, and water use in the home accounts for almost 10 times more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire operations of a UK water industry. We can't meet the retrofit challenge without secure government funding in place. And even with funding in place, it's going to be very difficult. What the National Retrofit Strategy is it's a very high-level document that's been put together by about 50 different organisations, including many of the firms and professional groups that would actually be involved in doing the retrofit. It's not perfect. It doesn't go into a huge amount of detail. One of our residents, John Preston, has criticised it because it doesn't cover traditional homes. But when it comes to council properties, most of our homes are not traditional homes. They are exactly the type of home that's covered by the National Retrofit Strategy. We are really running out of time here. And because we have such a skills shortage, we can't wrap up retrofit to make up for starting late. We're already overdue. So maybe National Retrofit Strategy may not be the best strategy. It looks pretty good to me. But it's better to start now with a halfway decent strategy and amend as we go than sit around while yet another position paper gets prepared, goes through Parliament, goes through the Lords, goes through consultation. You know, we could be another 2 years down the road. The NRFS, it's a consensus document. It's been prepared with extensive input from the building trade, and it's already been updated earlier this year to take on earlier comments and criticisms. It doesn't clash with your own Greater Homes update, which is a PR campaign. So I do commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Copley, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? You have lots of time this time. 8 minutes? No, 7 minutes. Councillor Moore has given notice of amendment, which is on page 43 of the information pack. And seconder, Councillor Moore? Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak now?
Say something first, because my amendment is a later motion. I can't remember where we are now. Is it F? No, G. G, yes, but my amendment is G, and Councillor DL has put an amendment to G, which I think he wants to bring forward to E. So I just wonder if you could confirm how we're going to carry it all into one. Basically, my motion plus the Naomi's motion. But
Okay, I have to say I missed half of that because Gary was speaking to me. So he was, I think he was trying to tell me what you were trying to tell me at the same time.
Why doesn't Gary explain?
That was a right-handed conversation. I'm left-handed. So if you just like to explain in words of 3 syllables exactly what you'd like to do now, and if we've got consensus on it.
So Naomi got a motion. I've got a motion. My motion is going to be an amendment to her motion. But Councillor DL has got an amendment. So could we have on this one motion, and how shall we discuss it?
Does anybody want to be mayor?
I'd like to declare Mornington Crescent.
Can I just say what I thought we'd agreed with group leaders before the start of the meeting? The Mayor was going to allow Councillor Moore's amendment to be put, and then the Mayor was going to call Councillor DL to move his amendment now rather than we got to 6G, because like you say, you plan to withdraw 6G. Councillor Bickers just asked me that we should vote on Councillor Moore's amendment first, and then we should listen to Councillor DL put his amendment and vote on that, and then we know what we're voting for on the substantive. So basically, the council will vote on the two amendments, but you will vote on Councillor Moore's amendment first. We will then hear Councillor DL put his amendment to whatever, if we've agreed, and then we vote on Councillor DL's amendment, and then we vote on whatever we're left with. Does that make sense, Mr. Mayor?
Well, we had that conversation a couple of times this afternoon. It was quite entertaining because in the end I was more confused than we were before we started. But I think we've actually come to agreement now. So we'll take your amendment first.
So I'll speak to my amendment. I have, as you can see, taken my motion and included Councillor Bennett's motion as essentially as one of the bullet points. Retrofit is an important and challenging aspect of how we deal with the climate crisis. It's something that we feel as a challenge ourselves as a council with our own housing stock, but also in the role that we play in reducing emissions across the city. The government has not been taking this seriously. The funding for this has been very stop-start, which leaves councils, homeowners, private landlords in a very difficult situation. But almost more importantly, it means that we haven't been able to build up the vital skills base that we need. So this is part of a wider campaign. Obviously, if we work together with fellow councils across the country, and we're all asking for the same thing, I'm not holding my breath, but there's a bit more of a chance that the government will listen to us and do what's needed to support this vital work. So I hope that you'll support this amendment. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Gilderdale, would you like to speak now or reserve your right? You have 8 3/4 minutes.
Hi, I'm happy to speak now. Thank you. This is a really clear example of how we can support climate justice as well as housing well-being, people's health and job creation across the country. We've been discussing a lot of environmental issues this evening, but this is a campaign which really pushes for both climate justice, social justice, as well as a just transition. With heating our homes accounting for 14% of the UK's carbon emissions, the need to green our homes is both urgent and decades long, as we have all heard tonight. So 3 examples I want to give is energy efficiency, jobs, and health. So in energy efficiency, improvements in energy efficiency have saved a typical household of about £290 a year. In the context of high and rising energy prices, again, that we're going to cover tonight, these savings will be invaluable for lower and middle income households. We all know that Cambridge is an incredibly expensive place to live, so up to £300 off your bills per year could make a substantial difference to households. Jobs. The job creation potential of upgrading our houses is massive. A 2014 study from Cambridge Econometrics estimated that raising every home in the UK to EPC level C would sustain at least 108,000 jobs annually between 2020 and 2030. This is a really clear example of a just transition, which focuses on providing highly skilled and highly demanded jobs, which will benefit both the community and the environment. And finally, health. Cold homes are responsible for nearly 6,000 excess winter deaths each year, adding to huge costs to the NHS. So while the council has worked incredibly hard to push for improvements in our own housing stock, it's now within our abilities to pave the way for housing upgrades in the private sector as well, and this is why I support the amendment. Thank you.
I propose to go to the vote now on Councillor Moore's amendment, if everybody's happy with that. Thank you so much. Then we'll try and keep the train on the rails, shall we? All those in favour of that amendment, please show.
So this is Councillor Moore's amendment.
This is, indeed. And those against Councillor Moore's amendment? And abstentions, please.
So that's 11. So we're now debating.
Yeah, this bit. So under Council Procedure Rule 23.4, I'm allowed Councillor DL to move his amendment to motion 6G in this debate. Please see page 53 of the information pack. Councillor DL, have you a seconder for this? Thank you so much. You have 10 minutes between.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Anyone picking up the information pack last night, I think, was faced with some confusion. I would like to thank you and officers for, I think, finding a path that at least seems to be allowing us to focus on the substantive issue, not council procedures. As thanks for that, I will try and keep my own comments as short as possible, but also reflecting on the detailed comments that members have already made here. I'll instead focus on the amendment, the primary points of which are included really at the bottom of page 54 of the information pack. I know it's a bit of a beast tonight. So there are two primary objectives in the amendment. First of all, to try and help the national government schemes succeed, which I probably should explain. It was noteworthy when the Green Homes programme failed, how the Solar Together scheme being run by the County Council was actually successfully delivering renewable energy solutions across Cambridge. The current national government has a dreadful record at running retrofitting schemes, and local government has a much stronger record to depend upon. Although most of us in this chamber disagree with the national government on many issues, I'm sure we still all want their retrofitting schemes to be as successful as possible. As noted many times tonight, they have the spending power where we don't, even if they have very little else right now. The amendment seeks to address this in two ways. One, by basically offering to host the pilot schemes that would hopefully allow for successful development of nationwide projects, something that was given as a reason for the failure of the Green Homes programme. And secondly, by supporting our residents to access the national grants wherever possible, particularly as there is a record of making these things quite complicated and difficult. The second part of the amendment, or the second idea in it really, is quite simple. It seeks to have this council commit to firm deadlines on the first small step to a net zero retrofit, which is getting all of our housing stock to an EPC C standard. We're not setting down arbitrary dates within the amendment, but think this should be agreed and scrutinised at the next budget setting report. I hope the amendment is taken as it is moved as a constructive addition to hopefully further strengthen an important motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Green, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you so much. Any further debate on this? Oh, but you will get to speak later anyway. I know it's confusing, isn't it? Councillor Copley, you've got 7 minutes to speak if you wish. No? Okay. Back to you then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think we all are in agreement in this chamber how important it is to insulate Britain, how important it is to actually move major on the biggest source of energy loss, which is from our homes, and at the same time combat the increasing levels of fuel poverty that we're also going to see in the city. I think Councillor Herbert said it correctly. We are in a very unequal city. And so enlisting government help, be it central government, be it local government, and setting clear targets for our insulation objectives is of crucial importance for this city and for all cities. That's why it's also important to say we're going to work with neighboring councils. We're going to set an example for local government up and down the country. And finally, I think the addition at the bottom of page 54 is also very important. We need to work in partnership with those who either own property or could afford to insulate their properties without local government help. Because that is also a sector where the entire city, we've committed to become carbon neutral by 2030. We can't reach that objective if we don't enlist all residents of Cambridge who are capable of insulating their homes properly and saving as much energy as is necessary. So I strongly recommend to follow the proposal by Councillor Dial, and but in general, welcome the collaboration on this occasion between the Green Party and the Labour Group. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So, for his amendment, but I don't support it. I think, unfortunately, you can't take little bits that you do support and things not. So the offer to host pilot schemes, so I'll go through them, sorry. This would be difficult to commit to without knowing how it would be resourced. So we do have a number of projects that we're working on to do with retrofit that actually couldn't be put in this motion either, because there's still a work in progress. We only got this just now and we can't commit to that. But we do consider and apply for any funding for retrofit schemes that we're capable of delivering under the terms, sometimes accepting risks. Government have not proposed any funded pilots so far, but officers do maintain an active dialogue with civil servants and indeed on occasion ministers to try to help influence policy and projects. Clearly, we would be keen to engage in any well thought through pilots, but we're more interested in a stable long-term retrofit proposition. With regards to actively supporting homeowners, so that's something that we already do when appropriate. Current schemes are often very constrained in terms of who can benefit, and so actually it's much better to have a more targeted marketing approach. Any city council support and signposting of schemes, be they government-led or otherwise, also needs some element of due diligence. For example, it would be counterproductive to market a scheme where it's very uncertain if there's a viable route to make it a reality. With current short-term funding, labour and skills shortages, some schemes are not certain. In terms of our own housing stock, so we're currently spending 2.5 million over the coming 3 years to improve some of the worst rated EPC stock. We're not currently in a position to commit to a date, but that is something that we'll work on. And also I should just say that while we're focusing currently on the poorest performing properties first, In some instances, due to the nature of some of those hard-to-treat properties, it might be very expensive to bring them up to an EPC C rating, and so from a carbon reduction perspective, it might actually be more cost-effective with the limited funding that we currently have, because obviously we're working in the now rather than the ideal future where they've responded to our motion and supported us. It's therefore better to work on other properties where there are greater improvements available. Sorry.
Councillor Bennett, you have the last word. 3 minutes for you.
I need 3 minutes. I just want to say that some of the feedback we've had from residents is they do want to hear what we're doing. They do want to have good news from us, but they also want that to be balanced by an acknowledgement that all our good, all our best efforts, all we can do is a drop in the ocean compared to what needs to be done. So, with that last note of gloom, I'm going to sit down and shut up.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'll now go to the vote on Councillor Dale's amendment. All those in favour?
So I make that 15.
And those against?
14, sorry, 14.
And those against?
So that's 22. Yeah, that's 22.
And abstentions? There would be none? No. Okay, thank you. I'll now go to the vote on the motion as amended by Councillor Moore. All those in favour?
No, I'm sorry. Not quite. Right, that's all bar one. So that's, sorry, to give you a figure, that's 35.
And those against?
And that's...
Okay, that's everyone. No abstentions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for bearing with us, going through that that process, but with a bit of good humour and everybody's agreement, that worked well. Thank you very much for that. I call on Councillor Lee to move motion 6F. You also have requested to alter your motion as set out on page 49 of the information pack. Does Council consent for Councillor Lee to alter the motion as set out?
I think that's agreement.
Okay, I'd like to see a show of hands so I can just see, because it's very hard to understand what... Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Councillor Lee, your seconder would be? Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is my maiden speech in this council, and the experience is bittersweet. It's a big occasion and a proud moment for me to represent the ward I call home, as I'm sure it was for many of my peers in this room today. But it's also a sad moment. In 2021, the pressing issues for this council should be tackling the climate crisis or setting out how we could use Cambridge's growth to create a more equal and affordable city, not fighting the national government to protect some of the most vulnerable people in our city by asking them to reinstate the universal credit uplift. And I'm sad that it's necessary to implore the national government to reverse this cut and remind them of their duty of care to the poorest and the need to combat poverty. But here we are. And at this point, I feel like asking this Tory government to do anything for the poorest in society is akin to the fabled frog asking the scorpion to stop its stinging. And unfortunately, I'm not an international football star able to shame the government into feeding hungry school children. Under the Conservatives' omni-shambolic leadership, poverty in the UK has increased markedly. The standard of living across the country is falling. More and more people are barely surviving thanks to ever more numerous food banks. Indeed, there's a food bank a stone's throw away from my house, showing the disparity in cleanliness with multi-million-pound houses meters, not miles from council houses, whose occupants already rely on food banks. Skyrocketing energy prices mean many this winter will face a difficult choice between eating or heating their homes. All of this on top of rising food prices due to shortages in supply chains, a direct consequence of the Tories' hard Brexit, So much for the sunlit uplands of 2016. If the plan was to export unicorns after Brexit, as with so much of this government's programme, it's not working. No doubt they lack the appropriate post-Brexit paperwork. There is no doubt that the damage from leaving the European Union has been compounded by COVID, on which the government loves to blame everything while simultaneously pretending everything is fine. Yesterday, there were 49,139 new cases in the UK. This is nearly as many reported by the entire EU combined. Clearly, COVID is still here, so it logically follows that some of the challenges that caused the introduction of the uplift in the first place are not over. Throughout the pandemic, we regularly saw the government gifting contracts to firms with personal connection to Conservative MPs, or spouses parachuted into plum positions which experiences proved beyond them. In June 2020, the Prime Minister spent £900,000 on a paint job for his plane. So we know the money is there. It's just the richest and most powerful are funneling it to themselves, while the poorest in society rack up debts just to subsist. This cut, the largest overnight cut to the basic rate of social security since the modern welfare state began, not only dramatically exacerbates the problem of those already struggling, it is morally wrong in a civilized society to treat our weakest thusly. In an era where climate change poses an existential threat to humanity, we should not be debating the morality of a safety net that is more shoestring than lifeline. It is degrading to those who need the help. It is disgusting to human values, and it is dishonest to imply that it is anything other than ideologically motivated. It is crucial that the uplift be restored and made permanent. It is crucial not only because poverty affects those already most vulnerable, not only because we know that deprivation affects children's attainment in school, not only because we know financial hardship affects health at a time when the NHS is already creaking. It is crucial because it is the right thing to do. And so, Mr. Mayor, I implore my fellow councillors to vote for this motion so that we can send a message to the billionaire Chancellor that what they're doing is wrong and that Cambridge City Council neither agrees nor approves.
Thank you very much. Singer, would you like to speak now or reserve your right, and I won't forget you this time?
I will reserve my right and I'll remind you.
And you have 6 minutes. Let's not forget again. Councillor Bajan has given notice of an amendment which is on page 51 of the information pack. Councillor Sweeney will second the amendment. You also, of course, have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Bajan.
Has a lot to answer for. I cannot highlight enough the importance of this issue and the devastating effect this will have on some of our residents. Prior to this £20 cut, people in my ward were struggling economically. There seems to be a lived experience gap in government to understand the full impact of this cut for both working and non-working people. Is affected, perhaps between keeping warm, buying food, the other. Recently, I have had families in my ward telling me how trying to pay for a school uniform had compromised their ability to pay the council tax. How they will cope. This is likely to be further impacted by the forecast for a hard winter on the horizon. Shame on you, Boris Johnson, and there even needs to be food hubs. Yes, these food hubs around our city, sometimes with queues and anxious people having to wait to go in and get basic provisions and essential items to feed their families. Do not forget these essential food hubs support the most basic standard of living and survival. We cannot food banks and food hubs have played, and also of Cambridge sustainable food, without which many would have and would continue to go hungry. This Tory government's £20 per week. They are also upping national insurance contributions. Again, this will be effective with unemployment likely to rise. The The government's winter payment is far too low to go making up for the £20 per week cut. In fact, the entire Cambridgeshire Winter Support Grant cut for the lost £20 a week, just for city residents, let alone the whole county. Though this funding has been offered by government, that is why I cannot the UBI scheme. We are already signposting ways residents can help and support, and this will be updated and reviewed regularly. Working with us to support residents IAs for joint motion, and we are glad to see winter support grants added.
I was also just going to say there, that was also Councillor Bajan's maiden speech as well. So well done, thank you for that. Councillor Sweeney, do you wish to speak now? You have a princely 6.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Those of you who know me well know that there isn't much that Rishi Sunak and I agree on. However, as a teacher, a trade unionist and a socialist, I agree with his statement that education, training and employment should be a guaranteed route out of poverty. However, we know too well in this city that that just isn't the case for too many. Cambridge's growing wealth is only shared by a small percentage of the highly skilled. Pre-pandemic, the Charity Crisis was already warning that Cambridge families in receipt of universal credit were cutting back on food to cover rent. Rent in the private sector, I add. That was before furlough, before raising food prices, before the current fuel hike crisis. Working people on universal credit, they're not strangers. They're our school support staff, our allied health professionals, my colleagues, our retail and hospitality workers, our neighbours, making choices between heating and eating. 4.2 million children in working families are considered to be living in poverty. That's approximately 9 children in my class every day. 1.7 million children with at least one working parent earning as little as £7,400 a year are not eligible for free school meals. Families on universal credit, some with as little as £20.50 a day to cover heating and eating, don't qualify for free school meals. If work is the guaranteed route out of poverty, then why is this? This is why considering universal basic income is so important. UBI empowers and gives dignity. It enables families to make real choices, not about heat or eat, but about choices about the ordinary, about music, about cubs, about visiting grandparents, about green choices, about choices of the future. Councillor Bajan is correct. There is a lived experience gap. For a working parent in my ward, £20 a week is 4 days of after-school care for her son while she works as a hospital cleaner. For one of my 16-year-old students, it's the difference between her being able to keep the wages from her Saturday job or having to contribute to the family food shop. Some people find it difficult to understand the impact of a cut of £20 because to them it's a bottle of Merlot. Living in and growing up in poverty lasts a lifetime. This cut will hurt a generation. The Tory billionaire cabinet may, but we cannot underestimate the impact that this cut will have on our working people and their families in our city. Thank you.
And another maiden speech. Well done. Thank you. And as Gary's reminded me, isn't it nice you've got them all live as well? Or was that not a good thing? Okay, thank you, everyone. Is there any debate? So now the singer, it's yours then. And I haven't forgotten you.
Thank you, you haven't forgotten me. It's also not my maiden speech. I'd just like to say that while we will not be supporting the amendment, because we want the focus on this motion to remain within universal credit. We do welcome the general support across the chamber for this motion. I think Councillor Sweeney was absolutely right to emphasise that the cut to universal credit will have fallen the most heavily on families with young children. The changes made to universal credit in 2015, and in particular the awful 2-child limit, have dramatically increased child poverty over the last 6 years. And the evidence of the impact, the lifelong impact of poverty on children, the impact on their educational attainment, the impact on their long-term health, and the impact of growing up in a family who will struggle to pay for food and housing, the impact of the stress of that, uncertainty and insecurity, the lack of opportunity that other children take for granted. All of that is made so much worse by this cut of £20 a week to their household incomes. And to be on universal credit, you need to be on really a very low income. It's really shocking how the level of income that many of these families are trying to survive on. And in an expensive city like Cambridge, that's really tough. So I welcome the support from this round the chamber. I think it's really important that we keep this issue in the public eye. We need to be really aware of the enormous expenses facing these families this year. The cost of fuel increases, prices, gas increases, they're going to be pretty tough for many of us. They're going to be really, really tough for those families. So we really need to keep this in the public eye. I'm delighted we've got support around the chamber for it, but we need to make sure that that's noticed, not just in this chamber, but across the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have right of reply for Executive Council. Which Executive Councillor would wish to reply on that? Of course,
I think that would be the voice from the gallery. I've got a right to reply, but quite frankly, there's nothing I can say that would be as powerful as what we heard in the debate tonight, particularly from Councillors Sweeney and Bagent in their maiden speeches. I commend the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lee, have the final say?
I don't have much to say. As other people have said, I'm quite happy and quite pleased that there's general agreement about this. The only thing I would like to add is that while I welcome the introduction to the conversation of universal basic income by Councillor Bagent and Councillor Sweeney, I think that by broadening the scope of this motion kind of cheapens that in a way. I think universal basic income could be as transformative as the introduction of the welfare state itself, for the various reasons that Councillor Sweeney mentioned. And for that reason, I think it deserves to be a motion on its own rather than a paragraph added to a motion about reinstating universal credit uplift. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'll now go to the vote on the amendment. All those in favour? And those against? And abstentions, please.
So that's 12 abstentions.
Thank you. And the vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour?
Unanimous.
Yep.
Yep.
Certainly is. Thank you very much, everyone. Councillor Moore, you have indicated you wish to withdraw motion 6G under Council Procedure Rule 27. Is that still correct?
Yes, I wish to withdraw it. Thank you.
Splendid. Thank you so much.
You were going to give me 10 minutes to talk.
In that case, then, I call on Councillor Copley to move motion 6H. And your seconder would be, I thought it might be, Councillor Bennett. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes between you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I expect all councillors are aware of the recent report by the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was described as a code red for humanity by the Secretary General of the United Nations. And this report reaffirmed the vital need for a rapid and significant reduction in carbon emissions and a complete shift in the way that we run society if we are to avoid the catastrophic costs of failing to act. However, flying in the face of the this report, the fossil fuel industry, and shamefully supported by many governments around the world, including the UK government, are currently planning to completely disregard the goals they set and emit far beyond our allocated share of emissions to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees. And as I've mentioned at the previous two full council meetings, we've only got 6 years left of our fair share of emissions here in Cambridge before we've exceeded that fair share to limit us to 1.5 degrees of warming. And the actions of the UK government and those governments abroad who are gathering together in a couple of weeks are doing nowhere near what is required to prevent the mass loss of life, destruction of people's homes and property, and high risk of mass crop failure as a result of climate breakdown. And here in the UK, the government has set to approve Cambo, which is a massive oil field on the northwest of the Shetland Islands. To be on the brink of approving a new oil field as the host of the COP26 is the height of hypocrisy. The principal initiative for the UN action on climate change is the Paris Climate Agreement. However, this agreement is largely silent with respect to supply and production of fossil fuels, coal, oil and gas, which are the largest source of carbon emissions. This gap in policy has stimulated a global initiative calling for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, similar to the principle of the Nuclear Weapons Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is aimed at ending new fossil fuel exploration and expansion, phasing out existing production in line with the global commitment to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, and accelerating an equitable and just transition. Other cities, including Barcelona, Toronto, Los Angeles and Sydney, have endorsed the call for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. And I'm proposing here that here in Cambridge we affirm our ongoing commitment to the goals of the Paris Agreement to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees, to endorse the call for this treaty, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, and to write to Alex Sharma, the President of COP26, and the Prime Minister, urging them to endorse this call. What we need is a global approach, and let's contribute to that today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, would you wish to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you very much. Is there any further debate? Councillor Moore?
To thank Councillor Copley and Councillor Bennett for bringing this motion. We're very happy to support this as a council and to add Cambridge City Council to what will hopefully be a long list of cities and districts across the world supporting this fossil fuel treaty. All of the work that we're all doing to try and reduce our own carbon emissions it's made a mockery of it if at the same time use of fossil fuels is increasing, and so it's vital that we work hard to stop it, and I'm very happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed you. Yes, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We are also supportive of this motion. Recent research done here in the University of Cambridge has revealed that many of the fossil fuel producing countries, including the United Kingdom, have not made commitments under the Paris Agreement to completely phase out their fossil fuel production, have no plans how to phase out oil and gas exploitation. The sole focus on coal and lignite is very welcome. Many countries are now part of the coalition to end coal and lignite exploitation. But oil and gas remain a mainstay. And if we really want to achieve the Paris Agreement long-term target of 2 degrees warming with a view to 1.5 degrees warming, we have no alternative but to leave these precious fossil fuels in the ground. And so if it is an international treaty, if it is an international initiative that we need in order to convince even our own government not to make the mistakes of years past and not to continue the exploitation of oil and gas fields, I think then this city, especially given the many Cambridge Zero researchers and the many initiatives in both universities, I should say, the Anglo-Ruskin Global Sustainability Institute is a world leader on extreme preparation for extreme weather events, for example. Given that we have this research in the city, we should all be very supportive of this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Copley, you have the last word. Okay, thank you everyone. In that case then, I'll go now to the vote on the motion. Those in favour?
That's unanimous, yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you everyone. I now call on Councillor Anna Smith to move motion 6I.
Thank you. I have to say it's incredibly bizarre doing a speech from up here because I can't really see you. I'm just this voice from the ether. So I hope you're still there. I want to start with a few figures from the 2019 councillor census. Just 35% of councillors on that census were women, a rise of a single percentage point from the previous year. The proportion of female council leaders has hovered somewhere short of 20% for over a decade. Only 15% of councillors are under 45 years old. And only 20 councils had a parental leave policy in place for councillors in 2019. And I just wonder if there might be a connection between those numbers and facts like that. It is essential that our councillors represent the communities they serve. And this motion tries to address some of those issues. And parental leave is really important here. And I should say I do not have a personal reason for suggesting we look at this. And that's precisely why I'm bringing it, because representation is a matter for all of us. Our motion asks that we consider adopting a parental leave policy. We've suggested that the LGA Labour Women's Task Force model policy is a good base to adapt to our circumstances. I should say that I know in practice we have been supportive of councillors who need parental leave arrangements, but we also need a clear policy. And our motion also asks for some other important things. That we look more broadly at our support for carers. For example, those caring for grandchildren, older children, for parents, for partners. And that we write to Michael Gove to urge a reconsideration of the rules on hybrid and remote meetings. Now, as members know, I've experienced problems myself with the ban on remote meetings when we're still in COVID. But this part of the motion is not primarily about COVID, but all the other reasons why remote and hybrid meetings encourage diversity. And for that, I wanted to be the mouthpiece now of a councillor who can't be here tonight because of her caring responsibilities, and that's Councillor McQueen. And I think the fact she isn't here to be able to speak for herself tonight shows just how much we need motions like this. So I'm going to read some of her words that she sent me earlier. I can't be at this evening's council meeting due to my responsibilities at home. Being a single mum of 2 sons with additional needs is a 24-hour job, and I don't get breaks even if I'm out of the home. My mind is constantly troubleshooting how to have their needs met. It's a constant challenge for carers. This is endemic because of failures in social care, education and health due to the mismanagement of this government in terms of lack of funding, leadership and direction. I'm one of the many who are now feeling the brunt of burnout from care. Nevertheless, being elected to council to represent my community and the city has never been more important. We must have policies to support all councillors to take part in democracy. In doing this, we are reaching out in a way we haven't before. We can all agree we want true equal representation on the council, and this motion is being proactive in terms of reaching that. Now, I know Councillor McQueen is listening into this, so I hope she feels I've done her justice there. Motion doesn't solve all the issues. For example, 96% of councillors in this country are white. The specific actions in this motion won't address that imbalance or many others. So we are also saying clearly in our motion that this is only the beginning, and we want to revisit the issue of diverse representation in the months and years to come. Council, family-friendly policies and all policies that encourage diversity are a matter for all of us. It is in the interests of this council and of this city that we represent the people we serve. And to do that, we need to do all we can to ensure that we as a body are fully representative. I commend this motion to the Chamber.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smart, you're seconding this motion, so would you like to speak now or reserve your right? Thank you very much. You have 6 minutes.
And finally, we are nearly there, Mr. Mayor. A little bit of politics, as we've had a lot of that this evening, and stories. So thank you, Councillor Smith, for bringing this important motion. It should not be an issue, and I don't really want to talk about it, but it should be sorted, and it isn't really, is it? It's still there as a problem. So pregnancy and maternity are protected characteristics in the Equality Act 2010. Paternity isn't included. It was debated, but it wasn't added, so perhaps it should be, but it's not. So I'm here to show that men can care for children too. Yesterday, a quarter of a century ago, my partner gave birth to twins. 6 months later, I stopped work and looked after them. So I feel at this stage I should have props, like a change of clothing in my bag, but it's been a while, so sorry, none of that. I was, of course, on and off an idiot at the job. I remember one of my first visits to Addenbrooke's, good friends had given us a large Sabatier knife, which I found useful to cut up frozen fish from Iceland, which I got on Fitzroy Street. By the way, that was when our third child did a runner from her mum from Iceland to the sparkly gift shop on the opposite side of the road. And it's difficult to see a small child across the freezer cabinet, so she lost her for some time, which is still a family story. Anyway, going back to the frozen fish, I cut it with the knife, lost parts of the knife in the fish, a sort of triangular piece of sharp Sabatier knife. One of the children ate it, and the rest is history. Anyway, they lived to tell the tale, regardless of my actions, so that's good. I've got lots of stories like that, but like, for example, one perhaps further story is I remember carrying the smallest child in a sling on my back whilst refereeing a National League volleyball match, hoping the ball wouldn't hit her on the head, and the other two were sitting somewhere in a corner eating takeaway food and lots of sweets to try to keep them happy. Now, it might be difficult to imagine that happening here in the chamber whilst we're having this debate. I don't think they'd last this long, to be honest, even with takeaway and sweeties. But just to put a slightly serious argument, perhaps they should. Perhaps there should be a play area in the middle where children could play and muck around whilst we have this debate, and perhaps the debate should be shorter so that they can do that. But that's a kind of more philosophical argument, I suppose. Practically speaking, parents do need time away from children to do stuff like this. And parental leave is important. So that's me really seconding the motion, and also saying that we all have a part in childcare, not just women. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Poor has given notice of amendment, which is on page 61 of the information pack. Councillor Goering will second the amendments. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Poor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope to be a lot briefer. I had started saying I'll be brief because of the late hour, but surprisingly not as late as I thought. So I hope my amendment is fairly self-explanatory. I hope it builds on the intention of the motion, which obviously I support. It's a proposal that I put to Civic Affairs. One of the first things I did after being elected, because as Councillor Smith says, I think we should all champion diversity. And for me, I'd slightly past that point, but I knew other people coming after me may need the right to proxy vote. I feel very strongly we should have that. Our former chief exec kindly passed it to the LGA, the Local Government Association, when it became clear that local councils are literally not allowed to proxy vote, even though now Parliament can. Support was unanimous, so I really hope that everyone in the chamber can support this amendment. I won't go over it again, but agree with Councillor Smith on the need for hybrid, the need for diversity, the need to support carers. You know, I stood because I thought there weren't enough female working parents, but it's really hard work. And I have a partner, and I did pre-COVID have grandparents who could help. It's challenging, and we need to open it up for more people of every gender, whatever their caring circumstances. The motion generally does have a particular Labour focus, unfortunate for me, because I feel this is a really cross-party matter, and the LGA guidance is cross-party. I think all of us across party have contributed. I know Lib Dems was shared parental leave, just a little bit too late for me, unfortunately. Labour, I know Stella Creasy trialled having a locum when she was on maternity leave, and even the Tories have got the first maternity leave for a serving cabinet minister. So I think this is generally a cross-party thing that I hope we would all support. This is about all of us and not just party. Having said that, as I say, the aims of this motion are very positive and very much meet what I think we all want to do, which is to diversify our chamber and our politics by supporting those who need or want to take parental leave as a starter. There's more we can do, as we said, for people with care and responsibilities and other aspects of diversity. So I would urge you to support the amendment and obviously the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Green, would you like to speak now?
Yes, I don't think we need to make this longer. As someone who managed eventually after many years to put on the baby Bjorn and put the baby inside the baby carrier by himself, which is more complicated than people might think, I strongly support the overall sentiment of the motion, of course, but also the amendment, because I think sometimes having the possibility in law to engage in proxy voting and more flexible voting arrangements would help a whole lot of us with their caring responsibilities that, you know, I always thought, oh, once the kids are sort of teenagers, they don't need as much care, right? I think the opposite is true. They need you differently, but they still need your attention. And not being home for teenage kids can be as difficult as it is not being home for toddlers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please. You're about to speak, I can tell. Yes. I was just going to ask you that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 1st of May 1997, Tess Kingham took her place as the Labour member for Gloucester. It was 3 days before her 34th birthday. On the 7th of June 2001, Tess Kingham left her role as representing the constituency of Gloucester, and that was 1 month and 3 days after she turned 38. Her successor as Labour member for Gloucester led a major debate on the legal framework and necessary changes to enable parents to fulfil their responsibilities to themselves, to their families, and to the wider society. And in that debate, her successor paid tribute to Tess Kingham, making the point that it was the lack of proper policies recognising parental responsibilities that had led to her representing her constituency for 4 years only. In this motion, and I just want to refer to a couple of points about the motion, and of course we're supporting the amendment, but that when we talk about childcare, we need to recognise that although, of course, it applies to very young children, it applies to older children and even to adult children who require care as a consequence of disabilities or for other reasons their parents have to continue caring for them. And also what has been mentioned is grandparents, and we know that grandparents care for their grandchildren very frequently. And when we talk about parental care, we also have to recognise that parental care applies to children who care for their parents. There are so many people now who are actually not only caring for their grandchildren, but they're caring for their elderly parents. And in order to do that, they need proper support. And if they are to be members of council or members of parliament, they need proper support. I come then to this amendment to which I am supposed to be speaking, simply to say quickly that it really matters what happens in the chamber, whether it's local government or whether it's parliament, and the way that we see people within those areas important too. When David Cameron saw a foreign policy solution as the bombing of Syria, and Ed Miliband was the leader of the opposition, it was stunning to see them do their debate. David Cameron was in front of almost a solid wall of men, and Ed Miliband was in front of a varying range of people, women and men. We support this amendment very strongly on the basis that as Labor introduced the change into Westminster Parliament, we too want to see the change come about in local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sargent and Councillor Smith. So, Councillor Sargent, you're up first. We haven't heard from you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just speaking on behalf of, as the Chair of Civic Affairs, I very much welcome this motion and the amendment. If it is passed today, then a report will come to Civic Affairs in February, where we also will be considering the Independent Remuneration Panel report. I think it's very important to recognise this is just one issue, as it says in the motion, and there are many other areas where we're not really representative as I look around the room, in terms of disability, in terms of even jobs, in terms of ethnic minorities, etc. And also note that in 2010, Lancaster City Council actually had a working group of councillors looking at that issue and produced a report. And I think we've got to take this as a start point in terms of making sure that Cambridge City Council is fully representative of the people of Cambridge. So I very much welcome this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bennett wishes to speak, but unfortunately she missed the point where I asked, was there any other debate? However, give me a moment. However, we're right at the end of the agenda now, and if members will allow, although I'm deviating a little bit here, I see no reason not to allow Councillor Bennett her 3 minutes to speak. So if everyone's happy with that, although it's slightly bending the procedure, thank you.
Because in Miscellaneous, I was the senior female manager at a firm that had all these policies that you want, and the life of my female colleagues with children was miserable. And the reason it was miserable is because hell is other people. It's not enough to have these policies. We all need to be considerate. And that means not leaving things to the last minute so that people have to work late into the evening or through the night. It means just taking that little time and recognising that we actually have a very young council team. We have an unusually high number of people in full-time work. We have a lot of councillors who are carers. We have a lot of councillors who are parents. We have councillors in full-time education. And we have councillors who also have very substantial charitable responsibilities, and we need to be respectful. And that means not leaving people hanging, replying promptly, and respecting that, you know, we all have a very full day. Otherwise, I suspect that you will be like me, keeping 2 boxes of Kleenex in my desk drawer, you know, probably once or twice a week, having to talk people down from resigning and stepping down. And so I urge you, you know, we are very lucky to have such a diverse councillor team here. And I urge you to examine every single step of your practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smith, you have the last word.
Thank you. Now, this is, I stand between you and getting home, so I think I should be extremely brief. I particularly wanted to thank Councillor Sargent for saying that he will bring a paper on some of these aspects to civic affairs, and he's absolutely right. As so many people have said, this is something we need to continue looking at as a council, and I hope it's something we will keep focusing on in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote on the amendment. Those in favour?
Unanimous. Thank you.
And that just takes us to the vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour?
And that's unanimous as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much all. We're nearly done. Just to note that written questions are in the information pack, pages 63 to 72. But other than that, just one more announcement, if I can just keep your attention for just 10 seconds. Members are reminded that there will be an extraordinary council meeting on the 30th of November at 5 p.m, as mentioned earlier this evening. Please could members take their own rubbish home and dispose of it. The building at the moment is not fully operational, and just make it as tidy as you can, just to make it easy for the cleaners. Thank you ever so much, everyone, and for your cooperation and good humour this evening. Have a safe journey home.